Welcome to the Tuesday, October 6th, 2020 regular meeting of the Walnut Creek City Council. This meeting is being held in accordance with the Brown Act as currently in effect under the State Emergency Services Act, the Governor's Emergency Declaration related to COVID-19, and the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20 issued on March 17th, 2020 that allows attendance by members of the City Council, city staff, and the public to participate and conduct the meeting by video conference. Video conference locations are not open to the public. As some attendees may be participating for their very first Walnut Creek City Council meeting or their first teleconference meeting, I wanted to welcome everyone and talk briefly about the public comment process. For each agenda item, there will be an opportunity for public comment on the item. Thus, if you desire to speak to an item on the agenda this evening, please hold your comments until the council considers that item. Additionally, we have a section on the agenda titled Public Communications, which is for public communications for items not on the agenda. Any comments during public communications should not relate to an item that is on the agenda this evening. When I open the public comment period, use the raise hand feature or press *9 if you're connected only by audio, which will alert the staff that you have a public comment that you would like to provide. Please wait your turn, and once brought into the meeting, state your name and the city where you live for the record. As the council is conducting these meetings via video conference, and given the COVID-19 pandemic and the increased number of speakers that have wanted to make comments on various issues during our meetings, and consistent with city policies related to public comments, each speaker will have 2 minutes to make your remarks. The Zoom feed for each speaker will cut off automatically at 2 minutes. The council will accept oral comments. Written comments submitted have been and will be posted to the city's website for public review and are included in the meeting record, but will not be separately read into the record. To provide a live remote public comment, join the Zoom video conferencing meeting. The ID is 964-4104-8631. Again, 964-4104-8631. The password is 341812. 341812. Should you choose not to provide comments but would like to view the meeting, you may do so at YouTube Live by visiting the City of Walnut Creek's YouTube channel. Cable broadcasts are going on at Comcast Channel 28 for Incorporated Walnut Creek only, Rossmore Channel 26, Wave Channel 29, and AT&T Uverse Channel 99. There is also a live stream online on the city's website. At this time, I ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Member Silva.
Here.
Member Waddell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilt.
Here.
And Mayor Haskew.
Here. Okay, next on the agenda is a happy and sad occasion for us all. And I would ask that the chief turn on his video. There you are in civilian clothes, my gosh. We are going to present to you an official proclamation. And I get to read a lot of whereases. I hope you're ready. Whereas Chief Chaplain began his career in law enforcement at the Sacramento Police Department in 1989, He served as a community services officer, a patrol officer, field training officer, and a detective. While at the Sacramento Police Department, other assignments included neighborhood police officer and academy instructor. Whereas Chief Chaplain spent 5 years with California Department of Justice from 2001 to 2006. He was assigned as a special agent on the Sexual Predator Apprehension Team, the California Bureau of Investigation, Sacramento Regional Office, a special agent supervisor for the Investigative Support Team, California Attorney General's Office, Northern California, and a special agent in charge for the Mission Support Branch overseeing Professional Standards Group, Background Investigations Group, and a Litigation Unit. Whereas Chief Chaplain served with the Citrus Heights Police Department for 7 years, from 2006 to 2013. He was a lieutenant in the Patrol Division and the Investigative Services Division. He also served as a commander in the Patrol Division and the Investigative Services Division. In addition to being a member of the department startup team, he spent 9 months in the role of Deputy Chief of Police. Whereas, we're getting close to the end. Chief Chaplain has served as the police chief for the city of Walnut Creek since July 8, 2013. While at the police department, Chief Chaplain increased transparency, expanded community policy policing, enhanced the use of data for crime analysis, initiated a school resource officer program, implemented body-worn cameras, and launched a community advisory board. Whereas Chief Chaplain has served as governor-appointed commissioner for the California Commission of Peace Officer Standards and Training from 2016 to 2019. He is on the board of directors for the California Police Chief Association, where he serves as the chair of the training committee. He is the chair of the Contra Costa County Police Chiefs Association. He is an executive fellow for the National Police Foundation, and Chief Chaplain has been the recipient of numerous leadership and service awards, including the Joseph Mallory Award from the California Police Chiefs Association, a Distinguished Service Ribbon from the Citrus Heights Police Department, a Medal of Valor from the Sacramento Police Department, 3 Paul Hallers Awards for the Rotary International, and he was named Special Agent of the Year while at the Department of Justice. Now, therefore, I, Luella Haskew, Mayor of the City of Walnut Creek, on behalf of the City Council, and I believe the citizens of Walnut Creek, on this 6th day of October 2020, do hereby commend Thomas Chaplain for his dedication over the past 29 years, specifically to the City of Walnut Creek and the Walnut Creek Police Department, and we wish him well in his years of retirement. It's your turn to talk now, Tom.
Well, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Thomas Chaplain, Walnut Creek community member. So that is a departure from having the true honor and distinction for the past 7+ years to represent you, to represent this unbelievable community, and to represent the very professional women and men of the Walnut Creek Police Department. I really appreciate, Madam Mayor, you reading that. And if I can just speak with you for a few moments, I would like to acknowledge really the unbelievable support that the City Council has provided, not just to me and to the police department, but to this community. The untold hours that you work and the support and guidance and accountability that you display are nothing to me short of meritorious. I would be remiss if I didn't also in that group acknowledge the other council members who during my time I've had the good fortune to work with as well, Christina Lawson, Rich Carlston, and Bob Simmons. But for you, if I may be so bold as to say, for you, Loella, Kevin, Cindy, Justin, and Matt, it's really been an honor. And as I prepared for this farewell, I took a quick recap of the things that we've accomplished together. And when I say accomplished together, there's a couple other people I want to mention as well, but I want to just note what we've accomplished together. The School Resource Officer Program, we've added a crime analyst, we've created a public-private partnership with Broadway Plaza, we've implemented Coffee with a Cop, we've started a homeless outreach program, we've changed our deployment to include neighborhood beats, we created or joined a mental health evaluation team, created a police chief community advisory board, and with your council's leadership and support, implemented a body-worn camera program, which will serve this department, this city, and this community well into the future. Those are only accomplished as a result of collaborative leadership efforts. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank also our executive team and the incredible guidance and leadership of our city manager, Dan Buckshire, especially during this last extraordinary 6 months. It has been a difficult time for everybody, and I mean everybody. I mean people sitting at home, not able to enjoy life as they used to, and it's caused angst, it's caused concern, it's caused economic impact. But I assure you that under your leadership, Dan's leadership, and this entire executive team, we're going to come through this to great aplomb. Speaking of our executive team, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our former city manager, Ken Nordoff, for giving me the opportunity of a lifetime. And I do want to take a minute as we talk about achievements and accomplishments, which again is a team effort and comes from collaborative leadership. You know, I've got to work with exceptional leaders in our police department, a couple of which have gone off, one to lead his own police department in Chief Brian Hill at Pleasant Hill, and Captain Beth Johnson at the Martinez Police Department, who I anticipate calling chief one day. But I've had the good fortune of working with our captains, Jay and Steve, our lieutenants, Sean, Jimmy, Andy, Tom, Tracy, and our professional manager, Marty, our sergeants, Tony, Drew, Joe, Jose, Mike, Bruce, Jeff, Ryan, Scott, and Holly, and our supervisors, Tori, Chas, and Joanne. Through this team sport that is leadership for these past 7 years, I proudly left the department with that leadership team, and wish to also thank and acknowledge those that came before me, that worked with me, but that set us up for such great success. I know that these past 6 months, beginning with the pandemic and also including times of change, of a microscope being placed on police departments, should cause introspection, and it should cause leadership, change, and innovation. And one thing I know from this city is that through our leadership together and with our community, we can come out of this stronger and come out of this in a way that other cities look to us for how to embrace difficult times, how to come out stronger, and how to come out more together. In closing, I do want to acknowledge our professional staff at the police department and our women and men that put on a uniform every day to go out to provide a service. They do it with honor, with distinction. I've seen them perform acts of compassion. I've seen them perform acts of courage, but they are going to answer the call every day and do so in a way that makes me proud, and I hope makes you proud as well. I want to just thank my family, in particular my wife, Julie, for being by my side during this 31-year journey in law enforcement. I've seen some really extraordinary things. I've worked with special people that truly care about this community, that truly care about what they do and take great pride and honor in it. And I have never been so proud as to have been able to say that I served as the chief of the Walnut Creek Police Department. And I look forward to supporting our women and men, our council, our community, and our entire city team now and into the future, and count myself as part of your family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Are there anything that a council member would like to add?
Mayor, I'll speak.
Okay.
So Tom, I just want to say that it has been a real pleasure being able to work as closely as we have together over the last 4 years. I saw firsthand how you helped to really bring a community meeting together with different people that had an objective of what they would like to see happen, and just being able to get the conversation going and be able to understand where they were coming from, but also have them understand where you were coming from, and be able to walk away from the table shaking hands, I guess pre-COVID shaking hands, and everyone feeling like they were more knowledgeable and understanding and could move forward feeling good. And those meetings that I've been involved with you on that have been unique, and it is a unique talent. And I am privileged to have worked with you, and whoever the permanent police chief is has big shoes indeed to fill. I want to really thank you. The community does not realize at this point what a service you provided over your tenure here, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to say something? Matt?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Tom, for your leadership and your compassion, and just how much you put your heart into everything you do. Every meeting or room that you walked into when I was present, you've lightened it, and you did it. You had the respect of every single person that worked in this city hall, and you could see it and you could feel it. And I agree with Kevin that the next person certainly has big shoes to fill, but I am so appreciative to you for your thoughtfulness in the programs that you installed, because that person is going to have a huge leg up given how proactive and forward thinking you were on all those programs that Luella talked about. So I want to thank you for the respect you showed to me as a candidate, talking to me about the issues that you saw facing the city and that you showed me on the council, and you will be sorely missed. Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Waddell?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And Tom, it's definitely a sad day to see you go. I've had the pleasure of working with you not only as chief, but also directly on the Public Safety Subcommittee. As everyone has said previously, you have very, very, very big shoes to fill. I was around as it looks like a majority of this council when you joined the city, and the work that you have done. Sorry about that. The work that you have done in order to revamp the PD and get things back that were lost during the 2008 downturn and recovery was nothing more than monumental, and you deserve credit for that, of course. And I don't think it would be wise to proceed without also thanking your family, of which gave you up for many, many hours and many days in order to serve our community, to protect and serve our community. So thank you to Julie and your children for their sacrifice also. Chief, you know you'll be missed, and I look forward to taking you up on bringing you out and getting you a beer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin.
Councilmember Silva? Mute.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
After my little kerfuffle earlier, I should be on mute all night. Tom, thank you so much for the 7 and almost a half years. I remember our first conversation that we had, and I was so impressed because we talked about libraries and books. and the importance of literacy in society and culture. And it truly gave me a broad perspective on what you could bring to the table with us. You've brought so many innovations and cultivated so much camaraderie and goodwill in your organization and within the community at large. Just as importantly, you have built an organization that is now serving other communities because you're such a good leader and mentor and coach. You set an amazing example, and Pleasant Hill and Martinez are really lucky to have had your people who worked for you now working for them. And then because I work at the state level on many issues, you are very, very appreciated for the work you have done at the state level on standards and training. And I will distinctly remember a meeting you and I had with a group of residents who were very concerned about the carrying of guns and restraining orders. And we had a conversation with them. And at the end, they were so convinced that you had it all dialed in, which we knew you did, and that many of the things that they were hoping for had already been done. But you were very patient with them and explained it all. And so thank you. And on behalf of, I've had many neighbors and friends in the community in recent weeks who have called to say this is a sad day for Walnut Creek, but it's a happy day because you leave behind a legacy that we can build on. So thank you, truly, thank you very much.
Cindy, thank you very much.
Before I make my comments, I'm going to check with the city attorney. Can I take a public comment on this as well?
The council can take public comments if you desire. You're not obligated to them.
Okay. I'm only going to take, somebody has had their hand up very patiently. I'm going to ask the city clerk to bring in the one person, nobody else.
Okay, we will bring in Claire Kelly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's 6:23, and with all due respect to retiring chief, I too care deeply about my community, but it is 6:23, and it speaks volumes to me that you have spent this amount of time on the kudos to this gentleman that you could have done in private when you only allow citizens 2 minutes with no answers to the questions. I just find this extremely disheartening. And so I'm going to log out, but I would like to remind you, and for those else who are listening, this is not a cocktail party. Thank you.
Thank you. We're done with that.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just the other comments that other speakers that may be coming in, I would recommend that the council take those during public comments for items that are not on the agenda.
All right, thank you very much. So it's my turn, and I got to give a whole 2 or 3 minute speech during the more private time. So I am only going to say that it has been an amazing journey, watching you put together and make our police department work hard. You do have a problem in that you are a Seattle Seahawks fan, and we've forgiven you for that for many, many years, and we will continue to do that. But we do appreciate what you have done for our community, even for those people who are angry at you. They need to know that you did the best that you could for all of them. I appreciate your patience, and I want to give you a virtual hug and thank you. And I think we're done.
Madam Mayor, Council, again, thank you very much for the opportunity. You will have a great chief coming in. The PSA for any potential police chiefs out there, this is the finest city you can work for, the greatest group of people that you could hope to be part of and lead. So with that, I will say thank you very much. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the comments. I'll miss you, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, I'm sorry, yes, of course. Next on the agenda is the presentation by the Contra Costa Fire Protection District. May we have them brought forward? Welcome.
Good evening. Just making sure everyone can hear me okay.
Yes, we're fine.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Haskew and council members. Thank you for having me this evening. We had Deputy Chief McAllister was scheduled to come in and do an update for the city of Walnut Creek, and he had a conflict that he had to attend, so I apologize, but you'll have me this evening. So tonight, let me share my screen with you, do the presentation. Okay, and just making sure that everyone can see my screen okay.
We can.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're going to provide an update for the city of Walnut Creek from Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. Just a little bit about myself. My name is William Pigeon, Assistant Fire Chief. I oversee the Communications Division, 14 years experience with Contra Costa County Fire and 22 years experience in the fire service. I oversee the Communications Division. That includes the 911 Center for the County Fire, also all radio and all information technology for the fire district. So in Walnut Creek, Contra Costa County Fire is your fire department. So we service many cities and areas throughout the county, but we are the fire department for the city of Walnut Creek with Station 1, 7, and 3 in the city of Walnut Creek. So something that's on everyone's mind and that's in the media is that we do have a new wildland fire normal, if you will. So we're seeing earlier and longer fire seasons, and this has just become the absolute new normal. This season has been, and it continues to be, unpredictable as the previous 2 years. There were a number of rains followed by a long dry spell that created a high fuel load, which increased a significant increase in grass and vegetation fires, a 50% increase over 2019. And predictions for the remainder of the fall are minimal rain, continued heat, low humidity, and winds. 2020 fire season has already been historic on many levels, and it continues to be dangerous in and around the city of Walnut Creek. Just to give you some anecdotal, some numbers, and anybody can find this on the internet. Since 1932, California has been accurately tracking its acreage in terms of the fires. And so prior to this season, 2020 fire season, if you looked at the top 20 largest wildfires in California's history, you would find many of them have been since 2000. And so the top 5 we had 2 in 2018, and this is prior to this season. 2 in 2018, 1 in 2017, 2013, and 2012. So if you look across the history in the last since 1932, you can see that the fires are becoming more frequent as we, to current day. We're having them much more frequently. So in this fire season, 2020, in the last 2 months, we've seen the place take essentially 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th for the record since 1932, just in the last 2 months since August, with the lightning complexes that we had and the red flag events that we've had. With the number 1 fire, which is still burning right now, and it's at 50% containment, and it has exceeded 1 million total acreage in to be burned. So again, it has absolutely set new levels throughout the state, and it's just the new normal. One example of this is last season, October 27th, 2019. We, the county, and also the city of Walnut Creek and many cities throughout the county experienced a wind-driven fire siege. So we had historically high winds. They were saying at the time 30-year winds. We had winds clocked up to 75 miles per hour with low humidity and high heat. And the fire district likely had its busiest day with continuous series of 8 wildfires in 18 hours, which was midnight on October 26th, 2019, until October 27th. We also had a major commercial fire and a mass casualty event as well. And each wildland fire, had represented an exceptional danger to life and property across the county. Some of the threats, fireworks is a growing threat for the fire district and for citizens. June and July this year, we saw a significant increase in illegal fireworks use. And so you can see here on the graph on the right, fires by city for July 3rd through 5th for 2020. You can see in terms of how many fires were actually reported related to fireworks. June, grass fires, we saw an increase in nearly 400%. Many of those were caused by fireworks. And we responded to the fire district responded to 99 fires through July 3rd through 5th. And it essentially was a month worth of fires in 3 days, which included 13 structure fires over the July 4th weekend. Again, many of those were fireworks related. Just some more details, 63 of them grass, structure, and other fires burned district-wide from 7 p.m. to midnight, July 4th. So it actually prompted us to change our response plans on that evening, and it prompted single-engine responses to everything except for structure fires. Fireworks-related injuries also increased as compared with previous years as well. Another growing threat is transient camp sparked wildfires. So 70% plus wildfires originated in or near homeless encampments in 2019. As a result, the fire district's been implementing improved data collection procedures since the summer of 2020. Our Fire Prevention Bureau focuses on community risk reduction activities, and also the fire district is working on establishing ongoing partnerships and working on relationships with county and city initiatives necessary to mitigate these threats. Additional homeless encampment threat mitigation efforts, partnerships, again, with local law enforcement and city partners is key to reducing the threat, and county project room key initiatives, county 5 hotels in Contra Costa County, temporary housing also during COVID-19 to support this, and fire district county working with H3 on evacuation and fire drills in certain areas. The fire district's been working on a pilot program in Pittsburgh, Ambrose Park, and additional cooperative efforts we're also looking for those as well. So for the city of Walnut Creek, fire incidents as a comparison to 2019 and 20. So this is showing essentially 2019 in terms of the related number of incidents that we've had, and 2020 year to date as of September 30th or of last month, to show essentially where we are in terms of for the city of Walnut Creek, in terms of the number of vegetation fires and exterior fires. And the percentages on the right are essentially showing Q4, beginning of quarter.
Identified a fabulous photographer. So I took a few pictures, and I love this one in particular. I had to run a few errands in the downtown today, and I saw it up, and it's so colorful, and it really brings attention to the mural. So artists were primed to be the stewards of our public spaces. We enlisted various artists to help tell the story of our Walnut Creek downtown community. So a couple of the murals that we did and are in process are the following. Brighter Days mural on the row Riri, say that 3 times, by wonderful Ally McKay in September 2020. Then we have the Salsa mural. Duncan Arcade is going to be engaging 5 artists. I do want to give a shout out to Steve Huss, who has been wonderful to work with and has really done a fabulous job of kind of orchestrating this process. He's been very communicative, and I appreciate that. Mel's Patio, they're in the rendering phase. Stadium Pub and Union Bank, all in rendering phase. Sheep Pete's on Civic has identified the artist David Cho. And lastly, the Youth Leadership mural, where we'll have a wayfinding for the Duncan Arcade murals, which are in process. Next slide. Just wanted to show you what it looks like. I stood back today and really looked at it. There was finally no, I didn't take this today, but it is really just an amazing work of art. And I highly encourage you to take a walk through it and see it live if you have an opportunity. Next slide. Wishing tree and yarn art. I would have to say that Jane Emanuel was amazing in bringing all of this to fruition. And we have our wishing tree and our yarn art. You'll see it around the downtown, the yarn bombs, and just some fun things that we can do to, you know, sort of liven up the spirit, if you will. Now that there's more business coming back to the downtown, it's really fun to see these all kind of, you know, randomly throughout, you know, on the different trees and so forth. Next slide. And then we have the paper birds and trees, the art with Bullman and friends. And I thought these were really cute. Just to give you a little sense, if you haven't had a chance, because so many of us aren't really in the downtown right now, we're at home. But if you get a chance, you'll see these little paper birds in the trees, and you're sipping your coffee and you look up and it's right there. And it just gives you that great little vibe. Next slide. And there we have our wonderful alley with the rolling butterfly wings. So we're having a lot of fun with those. Next slide. And our wonderful putters mini golf. Like I said, I know it's not art, but it actually draws attention to the art by just being there and having people have something to do. So they're not just grabbing and go. So I'm really happy that we did this. It's $10 for adults, $5 for kids. And you can see it's there's quite a few spaces there to play. Next slide. And coming to the end, obviously I did give a little shout out to a few people, but I also really want to thank the City Rebound team, the Arts Alliance, and the many helping hands that came together to support our business during COVID-19. I really feel like we're helping to sort of redefine and reshape Walnut Creek with wonderful artistic possibilities. Some we were able to do and some we won't, but we will absolutely revisit those when the time is right. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carrie. Do we have any questions from the council? Seeing none. Let me congratulate you on, and the whole team of the many citizens and up to and including the Youth Commission who are helping out make this well. It is fun to happen upon art that you didn't expect, and thank you for helping explain it and your participation in spearheading it, and Walnut Creek Downtown, and the staff who's helped have it all come together. Really appreciate it. It does brighten the spirit in this dreary, dreary time. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. If there's no more questions, I'll sign off.
Thank you. Good to see you.
You too. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Good evening. Next on the agenda is the consent calendar. Does any council member wish to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none. Does any member of the public wish to comment on an item on the consent calendar? Please use the raised hand feature or press *9 if you're connected by audio only, if you would like to provide public comment. As a reminder, each speaker will have 2 minutes to make their oral remarks. The Zoom feed for each speaker will cut off automatically at 2 minutes. Written comments have been submitted and will be posted to the city's website for public review and are included in the meeting record, but will not be separately read into the record. At this time, I will ask the city clerk if there are any members of the public who would like to provide comments. And I believe that Catherine Wally knows that she is going to come back at public comment time.
So Mayor, may I ask a clarification? This is not public communication of a general nature.
No.
This is only about items on the consent calendar?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Catherine, if you're coming back at,
And
yes,
Madam Mayor,
sir.
if I may, just because Ms. Wally has her hand up now, we should confirm that her comment is not related to the public, to the consent calendar items.
Happy to do that. I think she just took her
I think
hand
she just
down.
took her hand down though.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, if there are no speakers and nobody's pulled an item, I would ask for a motion to accept the consent calendar.
I'll
move to
approve consent calendar items A through G.
I will second that with the amended minutes that we received at the dais.
Thank you. I have a motion in a second. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk,
Aye.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell,
I'm an aye. Just out of an abundance of caution, I want to make sure that the record notes that I'm recusing myself on item F. I don't know if it falls within the technical definition of forcing me to recuse myself since I live down the street from it, but I just want to make sure that there's no confusion.
On a consent calendar, you can note your abstention for the record, and then they can vote on the consent calendar.
So I'm abstaining from item F.
Thank you.
Mayor Hoskins,
You're voting yes for everything else.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry.
Mayor Haskell.
Oh, yes on everything. All right, next. Oh, do you want to make the announcement? I'm sorry.
Yeah, motion carries with noting an abstention on item 2F from Councilmember Waddell.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is public communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under the Brown Act, the council cannot act on items raised during public communications, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer an item to staff. Does any member of the public wish to provide public comments at that time? Either raise your hand or press *9 if you're connected by audio only. As a reminder, you only have 2 minutes and you will be cut off automatically at the end of those 2 minutes. Written comments have been submitted and posted on the city's website for public review and included in the meeting record, but will not be separately read. At this time, I will ask the city clerk if there are any members of the public who would like to provide comments.
We do have several hands. We'll go ahead and bring in Gigi Crowder first.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to start off by saying thank you to 2 of your council members who met with us on the implicit bias team for the full set. That was Kevin Wilkes and Matt Francois. We had concerns about the implicit bias committee not being honored in this process with starting the diversity task force prior to hearing from the community members in Walnut Creek, and through them modeling what we'd like to see happen with the listening sessions. They heard our concerns and they decided it was in the best interest of the city of Walnut Creek to delay the diversity and inclusion task force. I'm not quite sure what you're gonna officially call it. And so I wanted to show appreciation for that. I also wanted to share the fact that I've heard from quite a few Walnut Creek family members in response to the letter that was sent out after the Miles Hall unfortunate situation, the response for the settlement. And we still have several Walnut Creek residents who are still very fearful of what might happen if they were to call 911, because that letter was not very apologetic or in sympathy of family members. So I just want you all to be aware of that, and also understand that you really should spend a little bit more time with considering the needs of the community when you're sending out such a letter. So thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you, Gigi.
Next, we have Catherine Wally.
All right, can you hear me now? Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Hello?
No, we cannot hear you, Catherine.
Hear me now? Can you hear me now?
No, I would suggest that you turn off your video.
All right, I'll log off and try again. Okay.
Or even
Does that work better?
on the phone.
I'll sign off and all right, I'll try back later. I'll put my hand down. Yeah.
Okay. We'll bring in Moxie Marsh.
Hello, can I be heard? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. Hello. I'm Moxie, and while I could have written my own public comment for tonight, I've instead chosen to rewrite the statement released by the police department on Facebook on September 18th. On June 2nd of 2019, Miles Hall was murdered after our police department was called to help him during a mental health crisis. Officers responded to multiple 911 calls about a mentally unwell neighbor who was in need of love and compassion. After arriving to the neighborhood, they shouted orders and drew their weapons, some of the biggest mistakes they could have made when dealing with someone in mental health crisis. When Miles attempted to go home to the people who cared about him most, he was shot and killed by officers Murphy and Sal. The events of the day were tragic for the people who loved Miles Hall. The City Council continues to act as though they experienced the same amount of pain that the Hall family and those close to Miles have gone through over the course of the last 492 days. They sit at full dinner tables and say they feel Miles' absence the same way the Hall family does. The City of Walnut Creek hopes that $4 million will begin to fill the unending hole that a lost loved one leaves in your life forever. They would like to continue saying they are sorry without reflecting that in their actions. They will continue to meander around the issue, hoping that it will go away in time. Despite COVID budget cuts, the police department is still the most funded department in our city. They have taken it so kindly upon themselves after hearing community outcry to spend less money and use less force to spend more money to get more weapons of force instead of investing in programs that actually help our communities. We hope you believe what we have said, even though our actions say we intend to follow through with exactly none of it. With indifference, the Walnut Creek Police Department. Miles Hall deserves our love. His family deserves justice, and that includes changing the system that killed their child before it kills anyone else. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Athena Davis.
May I be heard?
Yes, you may.
I'm speaking to you all today as a voter, a first-time voter this November, who wants a city council who will do more, who will take action instead of sitting back and giving us empty calls to justice, empty calls to safety, empty calls to community care. I'm tired of living in a community where a Black person is 15 times more likely to be arrested, 13 times more likely to be arrested than a white person. I'm tired in living in a community where our population of Black folks, which is less than 2%, is harassed, intimidated, bullied, and killed by the cops on our force. I'm tired of a city council that refuses to even put the officers who killed Miles Hall on desk duty. And you can shift blame. You can say that that's in the hands of the police chief. That's in the hand of someone else. You guys all have the most power in our town. You have the power to fire the police chief. You have the power to decide who sits on these governing boards. So when I'm voting this November, I'm going to be voting for people who actually live through the values they proclaim to have. Because currently the city council has done nothing besides give basically thoughts and prayers and a $4 million bribe to somebody who lost someone. Death is final. Death is insurmountable. Death is something that you cannot undo. The fact that it's taken the city council over a year to even hint towards any sort of substantial change in our community is despicable. Justice for Miles Hall, defund the Walnut Creek Police Department, and reinvest in community care that is scientifically proven to be more accurate than people with guns coming to harass mentally ill folks, homeless folks, when they're just trying to live in our community safely like everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heidi Benenson.
Am I live?
Yes.
My name is Heidi Benenson, and I've lived in Walnut Creek for 13 years. I've been shy to address the council, but I was moved by my rabbi's sermon when she stated it's our responsibility to speak up when we see something wrong. My neighbor is a policeman, and I actually think he's a prince of a man. I'm grateful that should someone try to break into my house, the police will respond to a 911 call, and they're here to serve and protect our community. However, the police have been asked to wear too many hats and be responders of too many calls. They're parking ticket writers, drug counselors, responders to calls about domestic abuse, mental health crises, and more. This is too much to ask of our police. They're not sociologists or psychiatrists. Properly trained mental health responders don't have guns and don't kill their patients in the midst of crisis. It's reprehensible to me that a family in the midst of a mental health crisis have to criminalize their family member, and the only option available to support dispatches are police with guns. The fact that the same officers who killed Miles Hall could respond again today to a similar situation is inexcusable. What can we do to address this dehumanizing criteria for getting help? As our city leadership, keeper of the budget, and manager of the police department, you have the power to make change to better serve our community. Thank you for allocating the $100,000 towards the development of a regional 24/7 mobile crisis response team. It's critical, though, that mental health experts be at the table during the development and implementation of the program. Also, the police department receives about 30% of the city budget. I asked for more funds to be moved from militarizing the police towards continued de-escalation and implicit bias training consistent with the best practices as determined by professionals who work with police accountability and police brutality. Please leave your legacy for our city in Miles Hall's name and make the changes needed now.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, are we connected now?
We are, you're fine.
Wonderful, thank you, thank you. Good evening, my name is Catherine Wally, and I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. I would like to ask that the City Council commit to involving meaningful community input in the hiring of the next Chief of Police, as well as providing the public with their plan for involving the community in this process. The next Chief of Police will serve a pivotal role, not only in shaping the culture and practices of the WCPD, but also in building the trust and confidence of the broader community. We need to ensure that our police force is not only not racist, but instead an actively anti-racist institution that will protect our Black, Brown, and Indigenous community members, along with others who are marginalized. Additionally, I ask that you continue to push forward with the creation of the Miles Hall 24/7 non-police mental health response pilot program. I was also deeply disheartened at the September 18th settlement announcement. The framing of the statement is filled with stigmatizing language that paints a false picture of Miles as having threatened officers when it was they who were always in the position of power, and it was they who shot him, and it was they who knew he needed help. You say you want closure for the Hall family, but the statement only pours salt on the wound and has convinced me even further that our police force is the wrong entity to safely respond to mental health crises such as these. Stating that Miles ignored officers' commands shows that the WCPD and the city hold the erroneous belief that a person experiencing a mental health crisis is necessarily able to respond to an officer's commands, the same as a person not experiencing a mental health crisis, and that shouting commands is an appropriate and sufficient way to engage with someone in crisis. The statement uses the fact that Miles did not respond to non-lethal rounds as justification for shooting lethal rounds. This attests to the lack of capacity to de-escalate and a propensity towards implementing a strategy of force escalation instead. We are asking our officers to respond to situations they are not equipped to respond to. It is not fair to them, and it most certainly is not fair to those who need mental health crisis care. Thank you for your time and good evening.
Thank you, Catherine.
Next, we have Bobby.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I am Cephas Uncle Bobby Johnson, the uncle of Oscar Grant. I come today definitely to support, the Miles family, Miles Hall family. It's painful for us as a family member to go through this struggle again with a family that shouldn't have lost their son, their child, their loved one. We are clear that the majority of killings that are happening throughout the state of California, as well as the United States, happen to be with young men, especially of color, that are in a mental state crisis. So we feel that it is extremely important that we take a look at how we can create organizations that deal specifically with those that are in mental crisis state. And I feel the family, I think, has raised this issue concerning the criminalization of Miles through some of the literature that may have come out. One of the hardest things that families have to experience is that second murder, and that's the criminalization of your loved one. It's one thing to know your loved one has been murdered, but then to be criminalized behind that murder is like a second murder that takes place. And now they have to recreate the narrative that you have put out there concerning Miles Hall. We are asking with the community of Walnut Creek that an organization be created that deals with those that are having mental crisis issues. As we can see, it's been a failure on the police part, and the numbers are correct when we talk about more being killed that are in mental state crisis by the police than those that are not. So just based on those facts and the data, it is important that we take in consideration, how do we help someone who is in a mental state crisis?
Next,
Thank you.
Alexis Hall.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm
Hi, Alexis.
The sister of Miles Hall. As you know, he was killed by Walnut Creek PD last year during a mental health crisis. His death is something that we have to deal with every single day, and I miss him more than you can imagine. But I'm not necessarily here to talk about how my brother was my best friend or how great, talented, and loving he was. I am here to address the city's false narrative that they decided to release regarding my family settlement. Let me start by saying the settlement does not bring justice for Miles Hall, and we will not stop fighting. The city's statement was disheartening, disrespectful, and disappointing, but not surprising. I'm sure the statement had to be reviewed by many people before it was released, but you still chose to depict the situation in a false light, criminalize Miles, and stigmatize mental health. So you start the statement saying he died during an encounter with the police. No, he was killed by the police. The same police that were there that were called to get him to the hospital where he could get the treatment he needed. The statement also says he ran towards officers. I don't know how you can continue with this lie saying he ran towards them when he was shot in his side and his back. If he was running towards them, don't you think he would be shot in his chest? You also say he ignored commands. If your police officers had any idea of how to de-escalate a situation, they would probably know that shouting commands at someone in the middle of a crisis does not make the situation better, nor does it magically make my brother snap out of the psychosis he was in. Your statement then begins to applaud yourself on the efforts you plan to make toward a mental health response, but you do not directly state that Miles was in a mental health crisis when he was gunned by the officers after they were on the scene for less than a minute. How can you leave out such a major detail? Leaving this out only criminalizes my brother more than you have already tried to do in the past year. Your officers are not innocent, and they will forever have my brother's blood on their hands. So when you release a statement like this and leave the comments on for public to mock my family who has gone through more than you can imagine in the past year, it shows the lack of character by city leaders. We need new leadership, accountability, and a 24/7 non-police response to the
Michael Sampson.
Hello, Michael Sampson, downtown resident and a candidate for Walnut Creek City Council. First of all, it makes me pretty mad that y'all just cut off Alexis Hall. Again, I'm aware that there's a 2-minute timer, but when someone is killed by your city's police department and they got something to say and they're clearly wrapping up, just let them finish, for God's sake. Okay, so first, the officers who killed Miles Hall remain on the force to this day. I think that presents a clear public safety danger to the community because they have demonstrated that these are fearful, trigger-happy cops, and those are people who shouldn't be cops and should represent a danger to our community. So they should be taken off of the streets until an independent investigation can be completed. Second of all, there's recently been a $4 million settlement in the case of Miles Hall. First of all, as people have noted, this does not count as justice for Miles Hall, but I want to know where those $4 million are coming from. Because the city's got to pay it off. And I think it is very important that the $4 million be taken from the police budget. After all, this is their responsibility. And so if there's a $4 million settlement, that $4 million better be coming from the police budget. Regarding the letter in response to the settlement, other people have noted how disrespectful it was and how totally tone deaf it was. Alexis just laid it out really, really well. And I think it just shows that Walnut Creek Police Department and the city really has learned nothing in the past year and 3 months. If for them to be able to say the things that they said in that letter just means that whatever happened to Miles Hall a year ago, it would happen again today because we haven't learned anything. Regarding the new police chief that's going to replace Tom Chaplin, there needs to be community input, meaningful community input. And a few things that I want to see from this chief. One, they need to get rid of bowler wrap because what happens when the bowler wrap is used on someone's neck or head, or if someone gets hit while they're running and they trip and fall and die, right? I just think it's another violent tool that we use disproportionately against Black and brown people. And I'm out of time. I know you're going to cut me off, but please with the written comments as well.
Thank you.
Dan Harrington.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dan.
I'm a father, small business owner, and 33-year resident of Walnut Creek. Woman hold her head and cry because her son had been shot down in the street and died from cop bullet. That was written by the poet and the prophet, Bob Marley. It's been 70 weeks since Miles Hall was murdered by the Walnut Creek Police Department. We will now observe a somber moment of silence to reflect on how much Miles was loved by this community. We'll also reflect on the fact that the Walnut Creek City Council has never given a public apology for Miles's murder and continues to disparage his legacy by constantly portraying him as a violent criminal. Shame on the council. Shame on the council. 70 seconds for the 70 weeks of no justice. I will keep the time starting now.
Next, we have Town Hall.
Yep. Good evening, Tom.
Hello, City Council members. Last time I spoke to you, I expressed urgency with the lack of urgency that we had in the City Council. I explained it took over 4 months for a City Council member to reach out to me, and I really didn't appreciate Luella and Cindy yelling at me, saying that they reached out to me in July. It actually wasn't until October, 4 months after Miles was killed. So I just want to remind you that Miles was shot at the hands of your police on your watch, and your lack of response to our family criminalized Miles each time we speak at City Council. Your lack of disrespect shows entitlement that the City Council leads with. Why weren't we important? Why are we treated as nuisances and not important? My son, your community member, was killed. We were crushed at the settlement press release when for our city, for our family, that we settled with the city of Walnut Creek. Again, a complete criminalization of Miles. We want to be clear that we did not seek justice for Miles that day. Money didn't buy justice. We will only have justice when we have a county-wide 24/7 police response to the mentally ill. Justice is when we have trained responders that come and handle people with compassion. We don't want the police to come. We need compassion, and we need people who are trained to care. Justice isn't writing a check for our family. Justice is saving other community members from a tragedy like this happening again. We will continue to attend these meetings. The advocacy hasn't changed, and the fighting for Miles will continue. We hope that the City Council will lead with urgency and healing, and we are looking forward to the non-police response that you guys are working with the county. So thank you very much for your help. And Miles was loved and beloved. He was sweet, and he was kind. He was caring. He was my son, and he was your community member. And thank you.
Thank you.
I left.
Next, we have Mara Flynn.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, Mara.
Great. So I'm calling in because I too am not satisfied with the handling of the case of Miles Hall. The officers are still on the street. We don't have a 24/7 mental health response. And I just think that what we have here is just really a council that has not really tried to have a solution for this problem. Deferring to the county hasn't, in my eyes, is not a solution. When I listened in on the Board of Supervisors meeting, they deferred back to the city, and that the city would have to have involvement in a solution. So just to quote a saying, you either have to be part of the solution or you're going to be part of the problem. And I feel like we all need to be part of a solution to fix the problems that we have in our community. And the last thing I'd like to say is I really do hope that with the choice of the new police chief, that there is some meaningful community involvement and that our voices are heard. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. I noticed that we have very few hands left to go. If you intend to make public comment, please raise your hand now, and so we know what we're doing. Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Claire Kelly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Claire.
Thank you. So as much as I appreciate this meeting, you've heard a lot of comments from the public and have for months and months and months, and there have been many people prior to me who have articulated this well. the demographics of Walnut Creek have changed dramatically. I understand that, a global pandemic has not helped anything in this process. Yet, the lack of acknowledgement from your citizens. I mean, theoretically, we are all citizens here in Walnut Creek and have had enough with, okay, got a minute, have had enough with lack of transparency and dirty politics, et cetera, et cetera. But when dirty politics reach my city, which has been going on in this city council race, it's not okay. Don't appreciate the eye rolling. Don't appreciate the Matt saying to me several months ago, good people on both sides, when I was trying to point out that our elders were being barraged on patch about quote unquote Antifa coming in buses to rape your wives. Okay, sorry, trying to be civil, but please, this is like it, This is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
OG Straggett.
Justin.
Okay. My name is OG Strogatz. I'm here in support of FOSATH, Friends of Scott, Alexis, and Tawn Hall. I would like to express my appreciation to the city for several recent touch points. On September 21st, Mayor Pro Tem Wilk and Council Member Francois met with FOSATH members of our Implicit Bias Committee to discuss coordinating the timing, respectively, of the community listening sessions and the city's Diversity and Inclusion Task Force. I appreciate Mr. Wilkes and Mr. Francois' responsiveness to help ensure that the work is timed so takeaways from the listening sessions can be fully leveraged as input to the planning and implementation of the task force. I also wish to recognize city staff members Betsy Burkhart and Terry Kilgore for finalizing the contract with the consultant group that will be facilitating the listening sessions, and for participating in Implicit Bias Committee meetings on October 2nd and earlier this afternoon, October 6th. This afternoon's meeting was our first with the consultant group. It was a very promising, rich discussion about the healing that is necessary for Walnut Creek to be an inclusive, resilient community over time. Last, I appreciate the city's solicitation of community input to the selection of the next police chief. In the interest of time, I'll mention just a few attributes I regard as essential in a competitive candidate. One, the ability to work with and establish relationships with diverse stakeholders. Two, a willingness and ability to help lead the effort to reimagine public safety and community well-being, leveraging multidisciplinary perspectives that include health and social services leadership from nonprofit and government sectors, as well as municipal and county government management. Three, outstanding communication skills, the ability to listen actively, cultural competency, and responsiveness. To close, our best potential to cultivate meaningful community resides in our ability to listen to and learn from one another. Let's keep at it. Thank you.
Laura Halpin.
Hello. Can you?
Hey, Laura.
Hello. My name is Laura Halpin. I've been in Creek since the early 90s with my husband, raised 2 kids here, and I'm a member of FOSATH. Echoing OG's comments, I wanted to come on tonight and just talk about the pockets of progress that that we're making. And despite just really such dismay at the settlement statement that focused on the size and the measurements of Miles' garden tool rather than his humanity, I do want to just acknowledge that we had our first gathering with the consultants that were hired for the listening meeting sessions. They were awesome, and it was really amazing to finally be at the point where there are professionals in the room who could help us navigate through the healing process. We've been at this process since very soon after Miles died. It was one of the FOSAS's original asks, and we really appreciate the process that we've been through. It's taken a long time, and it hasn't been time wasted. We really appreciate Terry and Betsy's work along with ours. And it was really heartening to meet with Kevin Wilk and Matt Francois to talk about the heart of those listening meetings, the purpose behind them, and have them agree to slow the roll of the diversity task force so the results of the listening meeting can feed into the diversity task force. So we really appreciate that. Finally, I want to just make sure that the council members and the city manager and staff are included in the listening meetings, because I think there's so much healing that needs to happen.
Thank you. Next, please.
Lucas Carboni.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I did not write anything prepared for tonight, so I'll just keep this brief. I would like to state my very strong agreement with all the previous commentators regarding their demands. I would want to see the city fully implement the Hall family's demands as it concerns this case. I would also like to see very strong community involvement, particularly from FOSAF in the selection of the new police chief. And lastly, I would like to see the city, and this is non-binding, it doesn't even have any real policy ramifications, unlike the Hall family's demands, which I believe ought to be the top priority of the city. I would like to see the city issue a formal apology and to take responsibility for the killing of Miles Hall by its paid employees. I mean, even this most simple of measures, I believe, is urgently needed and would only be one of the first steps of many to finally bring justice for Miles Hall. I would like to use the remainder of my public comment portion as a moment of silence to continue and finish the 77 seconds that Dan Harrington did for much of his public comment.
Ricky Davis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Ricky Davis, and I'm a high school student in Walnut Creek. We need justice for Miles Hall, and a $4 million settlement isn't enough. You can't just put a price on life. We need a non-police response to help people in mental health crisis that has lots of input from the community. The current city council has refused to take action and has released a statement after the settlement that criminalized Miles' memory and disrespected his legacy. I am tired of the city council refusing to take action. As a young person in this community with many friends of color, I want to feel that everyone is safe in this community, no matter their skin color or ethnicity or race. We need justice for Miles Hall.
David Rangel. David.
Perhaps you're on mute, David.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Hey, my name is David Rangel. I am a Walnut Creek resident and a retired Walnut Creek PD sergeant. Just a reminder that Walnut Creek became a city over 100 years ago. And in those 100 plus years, our police department has had all white male police chiefs and all white male police captains. And now that our city council is finally addressing diversity, Captain Jay Hill has been made the interim chief of police. This is a white male who told council on June 16th in regards to the May 31st looting, we did not have all of the advance notice people think we had, which is inaccurate. He also made a comment as to his own inexperience in dealing with such matters as protesting and that he will learn from it. This is the man who will now lead our police force. This is the same person who was the responding supervisor of the Joshua Rhodes homicide in 2008 and who treated me, a Latino officer, in a condescending and demeaning manner on several occasions. If this is the best council can do, then I fear council may want another 100 years for change to occur. And that is unacceptable for such a great city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. All right, this is last call for speakers. If your hand doesn't go up in the next minute, then we will call it back.
Mayor, the two hands that are up, Michael Sampson and Claire Kelly, have already commented during.
Okay, then I'm calling, then we are finished with public comment. And we're going on to item number 4, which is council member and staff announcements and reports on activities or requests. City Attorney, do you have something to say?
Madam Mayor, we did not have a closed session this evening, so there's no action to report this evening, but I will report on one item from a prior council closed session. During the closed session at the September 15th, 2020 meeting, the City Council unanimously approved the terms of a proposed settlement agreement in the matter of Linda Lustgarten versus City of Walnut Creek. This case involved a trip and fall incident on North Main Street between Mount Diablo Boulevard and Duncan. Pursuant to the terms of the settlement, which has now been finalized, the city has agreed to pay the plaintiff $35,000 in exchange for a full release of all claims. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no further reports.
Thank you very much. City Manager, do you have something to share?
Yeah, good afternoon, Dan Buckshire, City Manager. I do have 3 updates this evening that I would like to share. The first is related to the ongoing global pandemic. As hopefully everybody is aware by now, and as we discussed during our last City Council meeting, the state of California came out with a new tiered system in terms of what can open up and when based upon data and the status for each county. The tiers are purple, which is the most socially restrictive, red, orange, and yellow. Note that there is not a green in this system intentionally because the state does not believe that everything will be back, quote, to normal anytime soon. So good news is at Contra Costa, we moved from the purple to the red last week, which there are some key changes in terms of what we can do. I'm not going to read through everything, but I will touch on the most notable. Places of worship, restaurants and movie theaters and museums can be operated indoors at 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is less. Gyms can reopen indoors at 10% capacity. All personal care services, including massage, can move indoors. Indoor shopping malls can now operate at 50% instead of 25%, as has been the case for a few weeks. And indoor retail stores can now open at 50% as well. Also of note for city operations is that outdoor playgrounds can be reopened with restrictions. And as well, the Bedford Gallery will be reopening, I believe next week we'll be opening our doors for the latest exhibit. Do want to note that masks should still be worn. All social distancing should still be practiced, as should good hygiene. But because the numbers have improved in terms of positivity rate and overall number of cases is improving. So that's good news. As your council is aware, and I'll just speak to briefly, the rebound program continues, and we are adjusting, working with all of our businesses to help them reopen and hopefully reopen our society. And just earlier today on the consent agenda, your council amended the resolution or the proclamation related to the coronavirus pandemic in order to incorporate many more types of businesses and land uses that could fall within rebound, which means we have additional flexibility to grant those businesses to hopefully be able to rebound from COVID more quickly than they would otherwise. The second item that I wanted to discuss was the police chief recruitment. And obviously there's a lot of interest in this. Been working on this, and pleased to report tonight. Candidly, I did not want to discuss this prior to this evening publicly because I thought it would have been disrespectful to our current chief, who is on the job through Friday and whom we recognized earlier this evening. So given that Chief Chaplain has retired, I will now discuss where we are moving. We have hired a recruiter, a firm to help with us with the process, to lead both the recruitment and the overall process. We do intend to have extensive outreach in the community. In fact, there have been several stakeholder groups that have been contacted. They will be offering their input to the recruiter this week and next. We intend to actually open the recruitment period mid-October through mid-November. We also intend to do a full community survey in which anyone in Walnut Creek can offer their input. We'll be putting those questions together soon, and there may be an option for some open-ended comments as well. That's anticipated to open in mid-October. And then in November, the date has not been finalized yet, but we do intend to have an open forum, which will obviously have to be through Zoom or some other type of electronic forum in which anyone can offer their input. So that is all on the front end. We'll then be having interviews likely in the December through January timeframe. And ideally, we'd have someone on board in February. As mentioned, we do have several stakeholder groups, obviously input from your council. We want to have input from several community groups, which are underway. We also have representatives from healthcare, from the Golden Rain Foundation out at Rossmore, which represents 1/7 of our community, the Rossmore community, some of our downtown and business folks, as well as through Broadway Plaza. Community groups include several not-for-profits. We have input from folks of our Interfaith Council, as well as from our Chiefs Advisory Board, which, just as a reminder for everyone, the Chiefs Advisory Board was formed early this year. We had 70 members apply and 16 were selected. They were selected, 3 people served on the interview panel, one being the chief, one being our communications member, and the other being a member of FOSAF. And all felt that we have a very strong set of individuals on the Chiefs Advisory Committee, and so they will obviously be involved, as will all of these other groups. The interview process has not been fully finalized at this point in time. We want to receive the feedback up front about the characteristics that folks are looking for in a chief. And after we receive that input, we obviously have some time to work through the details in terms of the interview process. So more will be forthcoming down the road as we move closer, but obviously that'll be occurring in likely the December, January timeframe. Summary of this information will be posted on our website later this week. We are ironing out a few more details, so anyone and everyone can review that information and look forward if you have, as I mentioned earlier, for the community survey that will be coming out in the next week to 2 weeks, and then obviously the open forum in which we'll be soliciting input as well. And then the third and last update that I had for this evening is that voting, folks can turn in their ballots beginning, I think it was today, let's say today, if not it was yesterday. Actually, it was yesterday. I take that back. So the county did want to clarify, as you can probably tell from my comment, the county runs the ballot boxes, not the city. And they were opened up yesterday. We do have 3 drop-off locations in Walnut Creek. We have one at City Hall. We do have one at the Ignacio Valley Library, which is at 2661 Oak Grove Road. And then third is at Grace Presbyterian Church at 2100 Tice Valley Boulevard. So encourage everybody to vote. You should be receiving your ballots and voter information in the mail soon if you have not already. And that concludes my update for this evening, Mayor.
Councilmember Silva has a question, I believe.
Yes, I do. Are the secure ballot drop-off boxes outdoors? I know the
so,
one
yes.
Hall is.
Yes, I believe they all are, but
Can you describe where the one is at City Hall? It's not on Main Street.
No, it's back towards the parking lot where folks can enter off of Broadway.
All right, so in case it might rain, they are protected from the rain as well. All right, thank you.
Okay, now on to the council member reports. Councilmember Waddell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to report that I had an MCE technical committee as well as an MCE board meeting, which was the yearly retreat. While I won't get into all the intricate details, just 2 things to note. The first one is that MCE has been rated by multiple rating agencies, and I'm proud to announce that we actually have a fairly good rating, which is fairly uncommon for CCAs. In fact, I think MCE has the first one of, if not the first ratings in California, which we'll be hopefully utilizing here to go out to raise money in order to invest in battery-related facilities throughout the MCE area. In conjunction with that, we discussed a lot about how we are going to be transitioning into additional GHG-free power generation in the near future. So an overwhelmingly large majority of individuals in the MCE service area are on light green, which means that 60% of the energy is created by non-GHG emitting sources. And in the next 5 to 6 years, we'll actually be moving that to 85%. So we're going to see a great increase and of course, lower our GHG emissions, which should go a long way to assisting us as we revamp our sustainability action plan. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Next, Matt Francois, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Along with Councilmember Silva, I attended the Recycle Smart board meeting on September 24th. 2 items to report from that meeting. We had an update on the school program, and I'm pleased to report that several Walnut Creek schools received Wastebuster awards. And a Wastebuster award is awarded to a school that has diverted 75% or more of materials out of the landfill. So great job to our schools and the parents and the teachers for making that happen. We also are beginning the process of rate setting for next year. And townhomes will see a slight increase in their rates due to the state law that mandates organic recycling be applicable to townhomes. And in terms of all of us, we will see an increase in our rates due to the fact that the recycling that we had not paid any money for and had been subsidized by the provider is no longer the case because that market in China and in Asia does not exist anymore. So now all of us as ratepayers will have to absorb the cost. I don't think it'll hopefully not be a significant one, but we'll update you as we get more firm numbers on that. With the rest of my council colleagues, I honored Chief Chaplain in his walkout retirement ceremony on October 2nd. On October 4th, which was last Sunday, we had an informal and COVID-safe dedication of the Rudney Plaza, which is the new plaza in front of the Lusher Center. It's a result of a public-private partnership between the city and the DRAA. And thanks to the generous donation of Eric Rudney, whom the plaza is named after, Mr. Rudney and his family were there. And it was nice to celebrate that and hear from the Lesher manager, Scott Dennison, who walked us through all the great features that new plaza will have, both in terms of lighting and stages and how much thought and care went into that. So I'm looking forward to that. I, with many of my colleagues, also watched the free DRAA concerts that were offered over the last few weeks. There was Mark McKay with Country Strong, and then Sarah McKenzie, who did a really wonderful Music Connects the World, which brought together musicians from around the world. And she's just such an accomplished jazz musician. It was really fun to watch that last Saturday night. Those are still available now. You can watch them anytime at draa.org. I participated in the Library Fest, which was a virtual celebration of our great libraries here in Walnut Creek. And they had a series of programs, authors spoke, they had some puppet shows, and they also combined it with a virtual fundraiser. So hopefully they made some money as a result of that. And just finally wanted to announce that the Bedford Gallery is scheduled to reopen very soon. I believe it opens on the 13th, but for members only, and then it'll open to the public after that, again with social distancing and mask requirements put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much. First, I'm going to start by giving my sincerest apologies to Tawn Hall. She was right and I was wrong. Mayor, you and I met with her last year. It was early October. It was not July. That's my mistake, my misrepresentation of my failed memory, and so I apologize for that. The some items that we've been covering. First of all, the mayor and I participate in the Rebound Ad Hoc Committee, and in the last few weeks we had a meeting with representatives of the automotive industry here in Walnut Creek. It's a very important industry to us, not only because of jobs, because of its tax revenues as well, that help to pay for the leisure center and for parks and for recreation facilities. They were very helpful in giving us guidance as to what they think the future of the industry will be. Cars will not be disappearing. They'll just be changing how everything works. And so that was an interesting conversation, and I appreciated that. I would like to commend both the Ruth Bancroft Garden and the Walnut Creek Library Foundation for their recent fundraisers done virtually. And I think they both did quite well in a very short 55 to 60-minute time frame to raise funds. And a shout out to my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Kevin, for helping to facilitate the Library Foundation's event a week ago Friday night. I mentioned that today I was at a board meeting for the League of California Cities, and we did have a presentation from Cal OES and Cal Fire. I think the most stunning number I heard, and our previous presenter talked about it as well, but the 5-year average amount of acreage that has burned in California for the most recent five years is 730,000 acres. And this year, to date, it's 4 million acres. And so this is a serious, serious problem. And they talked a lot about mitigation and needing to do more than basically taking care of the underbrush and the perimeters. It's about hardening infrastructure and about us changing the way we think about our general plans and what we allow to be built in those zones. But I guess I wanted to ask, what do you do when it's already out there? But the answer is harden it. Also, during our board meeting today, we went through the results of the legislative season. And so at the beginning of the year, by the end of February, there were 2,200 bills that had been introduced in Sacramento. But because of COVID, things got a little stalled and a little constrained and restricted. 428 bills went all the way to the governor's desk. The governor signed 372 and vetoed the remainder, which is 13%. Of note, a bill that we supported related to shared mobility devices was signed by the governor, and this ensures that all local communities, basically the providers can't just drop scooters on your streets and then just walk away and rent them. They have to work with us in order to provide the right places for them to operate as well as the right places to store them. We were able successfully with the league to be able to basically defeat the Attorney General's attempt to basically sweep up all the opioid lawsuits that were percolating up from the cities. The Attorney General's office wanted to sweep them together and do it all as one class action under his auspices, but instead that failed. And Governor Newsom did sign AB 1506, which we talked about a bit at our last meeting, which requires the AG to independently investigate officer-involved shootings. But I think there's some definitional issues about the conditions under which that would happen. And I will also mention that we received an update as the league today on our financial situation, and we voted to maintain our dues for all of the 483 cities at their current 2020 levels for the upcoming 2021 year, recognizing that the economic recoveries for cities may take longer than simply getting a vaccine at whatever point that happens. And then I would finally mention that this Saturday is October 10th, and it should be our annual community service day, but instead we have pivoted and we are doing a community-wide food drive. We will have pop-up collection stations outside 8 of our grocery stores, and which grocers are listed on walnut-creek.org/service. We also have 22 organizations around the community that are collecting food at their sites or through their organizations. And we have distributed 6,000 collection bags across the community to neighbors who are collecting food in their own neighborhoods. So if you have not already done so, clean out your pantries. This is an opportunity to reach in the back and figure out what you might have let go fallow in the last few months and bring it down to Heather Farm or to a local grocery store, or in Rossmore, they're collecting it outside the Gateway Clubhouse. And hopefully we will collect many thousands of pounds of food on Saturday. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Well, certainly most of the things that I have done have already been spoken about by my fellow colleagues. One of the areas that I did go to, I'm the liaison to the County Connection, and County Connection has reported that the ridership is down 70% on weekdays. This is as of February, and 50% down on weekends as of February. It's up since March. That's not saying much. But so the ridership, as well as ridership along other public transit agencies, are down as well. Just something to be aware of. They're taking high precautions with sanitization, and they really want to get that word out that they are sanitizing after every trip that actually the bus makes. One of the other things that I was involved in, some of the members of the community had mentioned, and that is that Matt Francois and I were asked as members of the diversity task force to meet with a few of the members of FOSAF, which we did. And it was just 4 members of FOSAF, but it was a good conversation. A lot came out about direction that they would like to go. And it was a healthy dialogue. Lasted about an hour. We came out with some understandings of what would really be mutually beneficial, and we're glad to be able to move forward on that. We felt it was very positive and relayed that to the staff as well. And I'm glad to hear that members of FOSAF felt that as well. And just in that regard as well, I do want to say that for those people that have spoken, we hear you. Obviously, we can't respond, and it's not only is it not allowed by the Brown Act, but we're not even able to really respond visually very well on Zoom without any kind of a body language. But we hear you. We hear what you're saying. This is we feel that some of the steps that we're able to take, we absolutely are trying to do the very best that we can with this. And we know that $4 million is not going to fill the hole in the heart of the Hall family. We know this. Nothing will. 20 million, 100 million wouldn't. Again, it's a tragedy in every sense of the word. And we look forward to be able to moving forward on this in one area, that being the 24/7 mental health crisis response, which I and the rest of my fellow council members and staff and the city have committed to doing with the county and coming up with a solution for this. And I'm committed to doing this as long as it takes. And hopefully it will not be much longer, but we are moving forward on this, even if you don't hear it stated every day out of the city. So please understand that we are hearing you on this, and I look forward to being able to have that publicized as soon as it's ready to go. And those are my comments.
Thank you. I attended the Golden Wing Foundation board and listened to some of their the concerns, particularly the wildfire and the evacuation. And the Golden Wing Foundation is working very hard with their owners and people in Rossmore to make sure that everybody is protected and well taken care of in an emergency. What was fun to hear was that Walnut Creek has been nominated as the 5th most attractive place to retire in the United States. So you may see a lot of people with gray hair, and that's because apparently we are very attractive to people with gray hair. I attended the Revenue and Tax Committee meeting for the League of Cities. I also got my flu shots. And so I think Councilmember Francois last time reminded people to get their flu shots. It is especially important this year that you go and you find a way to get a flu shot. And then the final thing I am aware of is that Trinity Center, the organization that does our Winter Nights program and that gives services to the homeless and near homeless, we are looking for board members. And so if this is something that you are passionate about and you have some commitment and some good business sense, they could use your help in so many ways. So please pay attention to them, look at their website and respond to them. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more from Trinity Center as they try to adapt to COVID and this winter as it's coming at us. That is the end of my comments, and I've been requested for a break. It is 8:11. I will say that we will come back at 8:30 and go through the rest of the meeting. See you in about 15 minutes. Next on the agenda is a public hearing item for the consideration of resolution adopting vehicle miles traveled thresholds of significance and local criteria for purposes of analyzing transportation impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. At this time, I am asking the staff to make a presentation. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Council. Are we ready here?
We are ready.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, Mayor Haskew and members of the council. My name is Steve Waymeyer, and I'm here to present this interesting concept of vehicle miles traveled as it relates to CEQA. Unfortunately, Smadar Boardman, who's been ushering this ever since the Transportation Commission, the Planning Commission, can't be here tonight. Yet we have this consultant, Ian Barnes is here, and he's going to make the presentation and hopefully answer any questions that you have. So I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Ian right now.
Great, thanks, Stephen. Give me 1 second here. I'd be happy to share my screen and share the presentation. You can see the title slide here. Again, as Steve mentioned, my name is Ian Barnes. I'm a senior associate with Fair and Pierce in the Walnut Creek office. Today for you, I have a brief presentation on Senate Bill 743, which is the mandated shift to vehicle miles of travel as the CEQA transportation analysis metric. My presentation tonight will go through a little bit of background on Senate Bill 743 and what it does and what it doesn't do. We'll get into a little bit about the metrics and thresholds before you tonight for adoption as part of the resolution. We'll also discuss some screening criteria, which is a way that some projects can bypass this VMT analysis requirement. And then as Stephen mentioned, I'd be happy to answer any questions at the conclusion of the presentation. So as you may be familiar with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, CEQA does require that an agency analyze a project's environmental effects, including those related to the transportation system. The CEQA guidelines, the 2020 version of which are posted up there on the left side of the screen, do carry the force of law. And they give us the methods and guidance in how to conduct CEQA analyses as part of the project review process. The guidelines also note that the CEQA analysis should be done on the basis of a good faith effort, should not use scientifically outdated information, and that the analysis process itself should improve as more and better data becomes available. Back in 2013, Governor Brown signed Senate Bill 743 into law. So this shift to VMT for transportation analysis is so fundamentally altering in the way that we do transportation engineering and planning that it's taken about 7 years for the state to implement it. So Senate Bill 743 did require the state to shift to VMT through an update to the CEQA guidelines. Senate Bill 743, though, did come about based on the state's desire to balance local congestion management with the state's goals for encouraging infill development, improving public health through active transportation, such as walking and biking, and then also reducing greenhouse gas emissions, consistent with attempting to try and get us to meet our AB 32 targets for greenhouse gas reductions. So SB 743 here with the legislative intent mandated the switch to VMT to really help promote those goals that are listed on the screen. So as I noted, Senate Bill 743 changes how transportation impacts are measured in CEQA. We must use vehicle miles of travel, or VMT, in the CEQA analysis, and we must not use level of service as a CEQA standard. Level of service, as you may recall, is the congestion-based metric that we've historically used to analyze traffic impacts associated with projects. So Senate Bill 743 takes level of service out of CEQA. However, the city can still use level of service to define physical improvements, and as I'll note on the next slide, the city can still require traffic studies. Overall, Senate Bill 743 shifts the focus of CEQA transportation analysis from measuring the impacts to drivers caused by a project to measuring the impacts from driving resulting from a particular project. As I noted, Senate Bill 743 does not change a few key items. The first is that it doesn't change general plans. So the city can still maintain its level of service or congestion-based goals and policies in its circulation element. It also doesn't change the traffic impact fee program legislation, AB 1600, which allows the city to charge developers fees to improve the circulation system. SB 743 also doesn't change the state constitution or subdivision map act, which generally means that the city can still do development review of projects as part of the entitlement process and still place conditions of approval on projects as part of the entitlements process. So in other words, the city can still require level of service analysis to measure a project's effects on congestion in the circulation system relative to general plan goals and policies. It's just that level of service analysis can no longer live in the CEQA document, and VMT analysis then lives in that CEQA document. So as I noted, the OPR, the changes brought on by Senate Bill 743 fundamentally alter the way that we do transportation analysis. And in recognition of this, the State Office of Planning and Research released a technical advisory on evaluating transportation impacts in CEQA. As the name of the document suggests, it's an advisory document. It's not binding. So the city does not have to adopt the thresholds in there. However, the document does give general guidance on metrics or what VMT to count in the transportation analysis, methods or how to calculate VMT for the purposes of CEQA transportation analysis, thresholds, which is how we identify whether a project needs to include mitigation measures. If you've seen the term 15% below the baseline or 85% of the baseline, that's where that initial recommendation lives. And finally, the technical advisory does lay out screening criteria, which is a way that projects in certain locations or of certain types or sizes can bypass the need for a VMT analysis because they are presumed to be low VMT generating. So the OPR technical advisory was released by the state. More locally though, there's been two efforts on the implementation front going in parallel. On the city side, city staff have been informing city commissions and the city council as to changes that occur as part of SB 743. They've also been reviewing how SB 743 affects the city traffic study process. They've been reviewing screening and other local implementation options, and they've been preparing the city for implementation. The Contra Costa Transportation Authority, in a parallel effort in conjunction with its member agencies, has embarked on a more regional implementation effort, including providing recommendations on metrics, methods, thresholds, screening, and potential mitigation. They've been presenting information and technical memoranda for member agency adoption, and these two paths have merged together with the city adoption process, which we've been trying to wrap up here in summer of 2020, but I guess we've moved on to fall just a little bit. So the thresholds, metrics, methods, threshold screening and mitigation before you are largely based on CCTA's efforts where they went in and reviewed what VMT means for agencies throughout the county. So on the next few slides, we'll walk through some of these topics so you can be informed about kind of how they work for various project types. So on the metrics side, what VMT to count? So VMT is a little bit of a unique concept because it's somewhat new in terms of, instead of congestion level of service grades, in VMT, we're really tracking how far people drive and how much they drive. So if you can imagine, we have a typical Walnut Creek resident, maybe you call him Chris. Chris drives 2 miles in the morning to go grab coffee, then drives 10 miles to work, and then in the afternoon drives 11 miles to go home. Then later in the afternoon, Chris drives 1 mile to the gas station, 3 miles to the supermarket, and then 2 miles home. So Chris drove a total of 29 miles. So one vehicle times 29 miles gives you 29 VMT. Now it's important to note that for SB 743, we don't necessarily consider all the VMT generated by the project. That's because the intent of VMT is largely to reduce the amount of private automobile driving that occurs throughout the day, because that's a major source of greenhouse gas emissions in the state. And these, so we can break down the VMT by trip type. So you can see in green there are home to other trips, which are basically trips that have a start or end at home and go somewhere other than work. In orange, you can see HW or home work. These are basically commute trips. And then finally, the third trip type is OO or other to other. It's a trip that has neither a start or end at home. So as I noted, we only consider a certain subset of trips for each type of land use. So for residential projects, we are to be studying total home-based VMT per capita. So in order to provide for an efficiency metric, we divide the total home-based VMT, or all the VMT that has a start or end at a person's residence, and then divide by the number of people at that project site, city scale, what have you. For office and other employment type uses, we only look at the commute trip because the commute trip for office uses is largely the biggest source of VMT. Also, the state does not want to penalize economic activity, associated with delivery trips or what have you in terms of employment uses. So for office and other employment type uses, the metric is total home-based work, VMT per worker. Retail and other kind of locally serving or regionally serving projects, however, are a little bit different. In this case, we would look at all trip types traveling to and from the project site. So in this case, for the coffee shop, we look at both the trips to and from the residences and also to and from the work in this example. And that applies not just to coffee shops, but to all project types that are retail in nature or serve a local area. And really the primary reason for this is because retail on its own generally does not produce travel demand. In the coffee shop example, if you put a Starbucks out in the middle of the desert with no residences around it, nobody would travel to it. Whereas if you put another Starbucks close to another Starbucks, you will split the existing residential demand for coffee essentially. So those are metrics. That's all about which VMT to count in the analysis. The next step is methods, or how do you calculate VMT for the purposes of CEQA? Now, State Office of Planning and Research highly recommends the use of a travel demand model to calculate VMT. In Contra Costa County, that's the CCTA travel demand model, which covers not only just the county, but all the 9 Bay Area counties, so we can track the trips as they travel, not just within the city or within the county, but over to Oakland, San Francisco, San Jose, and beyond. The reason why OPR is recommending the use of travel demand models is because they are able to measure the interaction of different land uses and how they influence just not only the number of trips, but also the trip length. So the methods tell us how to calculate the metrics that need to be developed for a CEQA VMT analysis. So after you've calculated metrics and you've used your methods to calculate metrics, you then have to go compare them to some number to assess whether or not you have a significant impact and you need to do mitigation measures. So in this case, the draft thresholds of significance proposed by CCTA and proposed for your adoption tonight, they do vary by land use type. So for residential projects, a significant impact that requires mitigation would be identified if the project's VMT is in excess of 85% of the existing countywide average against the baseline measured at the near-term level. For employment projects, a significant impact would be identified if baseline project generated homework VMT per worker exceeds 85% of the existing Bay Area regional average. Now, employment projects use the Bay Area regional average mainly because work trips typically go beyond county boundaries, and the State Office of Planning and Research is suggesting this metric and this threshold because it prioritizes office and employment development closer to areas that are near transit or that are already near residential locations. For regional serving projects or other retail type developments, the threshold and impact would be identified if baseline project generated total VMT per service population exceeds 85% of the existing countywide average. So service population is a term that we use in transportation planning that looks at the sum of, generally residents and workers or visitors and workers. So it's accounting for the fact that these types of projects usually have a worker component And they also have a visitor component, for example. And again, this one is looked at the existing countywide average. So specific thresholds have been identified for residential, office and employment, and these regional serving or retail type projects. There are a number of projects that don't fit cleanly into those categories. So for mixed use projects, the guidance is that you would look at each part of the project separately or only analyze the dominant land use. So a classic mixed use project type case is for a residential plus retail component. And so in this case, you would need to look at both the residential component and the retail component under their respective thresholds. That analysis can consider the benefits of a mix of uses on site, such as a person walking down to the retail instead of driving to a retail across town. So you can account for that benefit of the mix of uses, but you still need to look at both parts of the project independently. On the analysis of the dominant land use side, what we typically see with these mixed use projects are that the retail components are sufficiently small so that the residential component is largely the major source of the VMT. And then in that case, you would generally only need to look at the residential component. Hotels, hospitals, and other services like those, again, kind of don't fit cleanly into a single category, but their constituent trip types do. So in this case, we'd analyze the different VMT generating parts of a project using the relevant criteria. So in the hotel example, the guests are kind of a regional serving use, whereas the employees could be analyzed using the employment thresholds. Similarly for hospitals, the patients are being served around a region, so we could use the regional serving threshold. And then again, the employees of the hospital could be analyzed using the employment threshold. Under CEQA VMT analysis, it's also a little bit different about how we do the analysis in terms of the study years, if you will. So for all projects that aren't screened out, or that is all projects that need to do a VMT analysis, they must complete a near-term analysis or an existing plus project scenario. For projects that have significant and unavoidable near-term impacts, they are also required to do a cumulative analysis or a year 2040 scenario. So what about VMT screening? What does it mean to have a project that is screened out? So there are 6 main VMT screening options available to the city. The first is a transit priority area. So a transit priority area is defined as a part of the city that's within a 1/2 mile walkshed around either of the 2 BART stations in or near Walnut Creek. It's a 1/2 mile walkshed around high quality transit corridors, such as the Route 4 downtown trolley. Now, the TPA exemption doesn't really have a cap for residential components, but in Contra Costa County, CCTA is proposing a cap for this screening criteria for office uses of less than 200,000 square feet and retail uses that are less than 50,000 square feet. So there's a kind of an upper limit there in terms of what types of projects can take the TPA exemption. It's also important to note that the state has placed additional qualifications on being able to use TPA screening. So projects must have a minimum floor area ratio of 0.75 or more. The parking supply for the project must be equal to or less than city requirements for parking. The project must be consistent with sustainable community strategy. So that's Plan Bay Area here in the Bay Area. And also the project cannot result in a net reduction in multifamily housing units. So you can't be replacing multifamily units that are already out there today with less multifamily units going forward. If any of those 4 qualifications are not met, you are advised to not take the screening criteria for TPA. However, it is important to note that for many areas in the city that qualify for the TPA screening criteria, they qualify for other screening criteria as well. The next type of screening criteria is projects in low VMT areas. So this is saying that if you're in a low VMT generating area and you're proposing a project that's similar to the other land uses nearby in that low VMT area, it's fair to say that project is also going to generate a low amount of VMT. So in this case, projects that are in low VMT areas that have characteristics similar to the other uses nearby and are no larger than 210 housing units or 200,000 square feet or office of 200,000 square feet of office or industrial uses can take advantage of the screening opportunity. So an example of this would be a residential project located in a residential area where home-based VMT per resident is already 15% below the countywide average. You don't need to go and rerun the numbers when you know that this area is already low VMT generating. The third type of screening is affordable housing. So affordable housing and transit-oriented developments that would improve access to employment or other opportunities for lower income households would generally be screened out. Now, OPR and CCTA have not provided specific guidance on screening under this criteria, but the screening metric based on the affordable housing components to be adopted by the city of Walnut Creek requires that the project be 100% affordable and located in a jobs-rich area. That is, the project must have 100% affordability and must be located near places of employment. The next VMT screening criteria is small projects. So these are projects that are so small that they really don't have a regional effect on VMT. So in Contra Costa County, small projects are identified as generating less than 836 VMT per day. Examples of these in Contra Costa County include residential projects of 20 units or less, or non-residential projects of 10,000 square feet or less. So small infill developments of 5 or 6 housing units could qualify for the screening criteria and would bypass the need for a VMT analysis. The next type of screening criteria is a locally serving public facility. So these are projects that largely draw users or serve population in a local area. So examples of these include parks, library branches, police stations, fire stations, perhaps schools, depending on the type of school and how they're going to serve the local region. And basically, when you put these facilities in, they're just redistributing existing demand for these services. So they're usually causing a net decrease in VMT. The next and final VMT screening criteria is for neighborhood serving retail. So as I noted previously, these projects will draw users from a local area, typically no more than a 2 to 3 mile radius, like a coffee shop, for example. Other examples include neighborhood-based schools, grocery stores, dry cleaners, other commercial services that really serve the local area. Now, the screening metric does have a cap to that, and that is that the project needs to be less than 30,000 square feet, because once you get beyond that, you do start to have a bit more of a regional draw. And it was also recommended by Planning Commission that drive-throughs do not qualify under this criteria because drive-throughs tend to encourage people to drive, which is not kind of in the spirit or the intent of SB 743. A few kind of footnotes on that. For screening, it's also important to note that screening for VMT transportation analysis does not remove the need necessarily to run a VMT analysis, because VMT could still be needed for the air quality, greenhouse gas, and other sections. It's also important to note that the city retains discretion to disallow the use of the screening criteria if evidence exists that the screening criteria is not appropriate, similar to the idea with drive-throughs. And finally, it's also just important to note that screening just means it's bypassing the VMT calculation. A project that does not qualify for screening could still result in a less than significant VMT impact. It's just they're going to have to go through the VMT analysis to be able to confirm that. If a significant impact is identified, then mitigation measures need to be proposed to attempt to reduce that impact to a less than significant level. So unlike under level of service and congestion, where the mitigation measure is to typically to add a turn pocket or install a traffic signal, under VMT it shifts the focus of mitigation. Now we need to look at either reducing the number of vehicle trips generated or reducing the length of those trips. On the topic of reducing the number of vehicle trips, I do want to point out that the city is taking a bit of a leadership role in that. through its Rethinking Mobility Plan, which outlines a number of strategies that could be adopted by projects to help reduce the number of vehicle trips generated. Generally speaking, though, reducing the number of vehicle trips is related to implementing transportation demand management strategies, such as improving transit access or subsidizing transit passes, or unbundling parking, which is related to parking costs. Other things that could be done at the project level include changing the size or characteristics of the project, like intensifying the density of development if it's in an area that could actually is zoned for more density, or incorporating a mix of uses on site to help reduce the number of trips being generated. Other site design characteristics include encouraging walking and biking, such as providing more walking or biking facilities, worksite amenities, or bike parking. On reducing the length of vehicle trips, this is more handled at the city level, such as in a general plan or a specific plan. That's really related to increasing access to common goods and services, basically shortening the distance one has to go shopping or to go to the dry cleaner. And then in the case of thinking about a land use program, again, in a general plan or a specific plan, locating certain types of land uses that are more regional serving or more local serving closer to nearby population. A critical step in the mitigation process is actually demonstrating the effectiveness of TDM measures and actually, proving that the mitigation that you are proposing on a project will work. Unfortunately, the amount of literature backing up some of the effectiveness strategies is somewhat limited, mainly contained in the California Air Pollution Control Officers Association quantifying greenhouse gas mitigation measures. So that document is currently being updated by the California Air Resources Board. So we should get some more information on that front there, but mitigation is definitely a kind of the next evolving topic on the implementation front. So that's about more mitigation at a project level. There are some regional mitigation options that are going to be coming down the line. So CCTA was successful in their application for a Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant to develop a pilot project, which is a more regional mitigation option, such as a VMT impact fee or a mitigation exchange or banking program, kind of drawing off what many agencies do for wetlands impacts. So more to come on that in 2021. So that's the bulk of the presentation. Tonight, for next steps, which is the adoption step, the recommended action is to approve the resolution before you adopting VMT thresholds of significance and local criteria for the purposes of analyzing transportation impacts under CEQA. Alternative actions include not approving the resolution. However, failure to adopt VMT thresholds of significance would be in contravention to SB 743 and the CEQA guidelines, or the council could adopt the proposed resolution with amendments. And with that, I would like to pause and answer any questions that the council might have.
Okay, does anybody on council have some questions? Not seeing any.
Let's let Matt go first. Matt's waved, and then I'll go after.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. You're in a different place and I'm used to finding you.
Thank you, and Ian, thank you very much. That was a great presentation. I really appreciated that one graphic where you showed the home and kind of broke out all the trips. That was very helpful. The one part I'm still struggling on with all of this is the difference between the metric and the method. I understand the method is the travel demand model that applies countywide, and that's like an average of all office trips or all residential trips, countywide or Bay Area wide, whatever the relevant denominator is this many vehicle miles traveled. And then you compare the project to that threshold. How do you do that? How are you still looking at the things we normally do in a traffic study, like the number of trips a residential project would generate and the trip distribution?
Yeah, maybe it'd be helpful to kind of talk through a very high level example about how these studies are typically done, because we do look at trip generation still under this analysis process, but we also need to take into account how far they drive. So for example, let's say we had a residential project and based on the output of the latest travel demand model, let's say the county-wide residential VMT per capita was 20. So 85% of 20 is 17. So the threshold would be that 17 VMT per capita. So then what we do next is we would add the project into the CCTA travel demand model, typically as its own little project sitting in the model. And then we would look at that, then we'd rerun the model and we'd say, okay, what is the VMT per capita of that project given its location and the surrounding land uses? If that model run shows that the project generates 17 VMT per capita or less, then the project does not have a significant impact and no mitigation is required. If the amount of VMT per capita generated is greater than 17, then the project needs to propose mitigation measures to get down to 17. So by using the travel demand model, we're looking at the trip generation of the project, but then also considering where those trips want to go. And again, just to reiterate, that's for the VMT analysis. The city could still require the project applicant to have a level of service congestion-based analysis completed. It's just that analysis for congestion is no longer part of CEQA.
I don't want to overstate it, but then this model really is governing both parts of this analysis, the project and what the threshold is. Will you get a different response if the residential project is in downtown versus the Shadelands? Is it that sophisticated?
Yes, it is generally able to tell those differences. CCTA goes through a pretty robust calibration and validation process. While the model is the typical metric that's going to be used going forward, for projects that don't fit neatly into the CCTA model, maybe it's not directly aligned with a given project type, or if it has very unique uses, other methods such as using big data to help estimate trip lengths in addition to the trip generation could be used to basically bypass the need for the model if the model is not the right tool for the job. However, Councilmember Francois, I think as you said, really the model is the main tool for use going forward for the calculation of VMT. And some generally, unless otherwise where the model is not the right tool, we do want to use the model for both the analysis of the baseline and then analysis of the project to keep the analysis apples to apples. And CCTA has committed to continue to keep the model updated as we go forward to allow baselines to be developed going forward and to update land use information as they receive it so that the model is populated with the right stuff inside of it for the calculation.
So unless you're in a low VMT area, let's say you're in a more suburban location, and you surpass the screening levels, is it fair to say then you'll likely have a significant VMT impact requiring mitigation?
I wouldn't go as far to say that. I think the screening criteria are really there to provide a bypass route on VMT. I've worked on a number of projects here in the past months that don't meet a screening criteria because they're kind of packed into these transit areas or already low VMT generating areas, but the project themselves have the right components to not result in a significant impact. And I think another note on this, on the low VMT screening criteria is based on the threshold of significance before you for residential projects of 85% of the countywide average. Much of the city is already qualified as part of the low VMT area, mainly focused west of John Muir in the downtown side of the city, but also some parts east of John Muir, kind of further out Ignacio Valley and towards Heather Farms and Shadelands as well.
Where are those reflected? Will those be shown on a map somewhere so that you could look and say this isn't a low VMT area?
Yeah, we could definitely think about preparing those for city staff use. We haven't done so just yet because we're waiting for adoption of the threshold, so we know how to color code things. But certainly producing maps that could be used to aid city staff and just pointing out, oh, the project's here, it's in a low VMT generating area, could be done.
And how sensitive are the thresholds? I mean, do they? It's what, from reading the staff report and the attachment, it seemed like it was based on models done over the last year or so. So it wouldn't necessarily reflect what's happening now in terms of work from home and so on.
That is correct in terms of the model, but the way that the thresholds are set up, when we say 85% below baseline VMT should be calculated at the time that the notice of preparation for the environmental document is released. Now, in the profession, as it stands right now, because our models are not ready for post-COVID, we don't know what's going to happen with that. What we're finding is a lot of reversion to pre-COVID baselines. That'll work for a little while, but eventually the models and our analysis methods do need to reflect the post-COVID reality of more work from home, more online retail, more social distancing. So that is a decision that's not necessarily baked into the adoption of the threshold. That's something that needs to roll forward, regardless of the threshold chosen. It's just a bit more on the forefront these days because of COVID. And but that's something that, regardless of COVID or not, the industry would be having to do anyways, in terms of rolling the numbers forward.
I just want to ask a few more questions on mitigation. It sounds like that's still a work in progress. So you can't quantify how much reduction in VMT you'll get from any of those various different mitigation strategies yet?
We can quantify them using the available research. The available research is somewhat limited, and we exercise caution in that, in the application of that research, just knowing that that research was not done on sites, all places throughout the state, mainly more kind of in the suburban and urbanized areas. So much like, so that is going to be a challenge for us going forward to prepare mitigation measures and quantify them. So I wouldn't say that it can't be done. I just wanted to point out that it's not as easy as it used to be under level of service, where we knew pretty well that if you add a travel lane, you are in fact going to reduce congestion and reduce delay.
Okay, because I see that as being an issue. I'm a land use attorney, so looking at it from a developer standpoint, which is, they have a significant impact, they want to mitigate it and get it less insignificant. And
yeah,
unless and until there are kind of these clear, bright lines that if you do this, it will get you below the level of significance, I think that's going to be a problem with implementing this.
If you don't mind me just adding on to that, Councilmember Francois, the other part of mitigation here is monitoring. These mitigation measures using transportation demand management strategies should be monitored to demonstrate their effectiveness going forward. That's something that we haven't had to do under level of service, but is now on the forefront because we cannot, we cannot guarantee, unless we know exactly who the tenant is, that those mitigation strategies are going to work, and thus the monitoring must be required to ensure performance.
That's helpful. And then electric vehicles don't factor into it at all, or they might in the future, but as of now, it's a car is a car, and a trip is a trip, and we're trying to reduce trip.
That is generally correct. That largely stems from just kind of the current market share of electric vehicles being relatively low. And then also the fact that in order to charge the electric vehicles, that electricity, generally speaking, has to come from somewhere, and we still have a pretty heavy carbon-based electric grid, although that's getting better. So that all being said, I would expect that down the line, we might get some more guidance from the state as electric vehicle adoption gains more market share, and the state brings in more renewables to power the grid. But for right now, in this first adoption implementation stage, a car is a car.
Okay, and last question. These thresholds will be in the resolution so that fair and peers, if you're the traffic consultant for the city or the developer, you would know to go to this resolution. They'll be probably pretty uniform across the county, so you'll know what they are. what will you produce? What's the deliverable? We'll get a traffic study from you still, which will look at LOS, which we're familiar with. What will this VMT study look like?
The VMT study, depending on the jurisdiction, is largely another component in that traffic study. So you would see a table that compares the project generated VMT against the baseline information. You would see a determination of a significant impact or a less than significant impact. And then you would also see mitigation measures in there. So it'd be presented in a format somewhat similar to, I think, what you've seen in terms of traffic studies. It's just instead of using a big level of service table of level of service by intersection, it's going to be a short table of the VMT metrics. And then that information, if we produce a standalone traffic study, that would be incorporated into whatever environmental document the city or environmental consultant would put together.
And that VMT study would, to the extent feasible, try to reach a conclusion about whether or not recommended mitigation would address any significant impacts?
Correct.
Thanks very much, Ian. I appreciate that.
Pleasure.
Okay. Now, Councilmember Silva.
I'm going to pick up where Matt left off. So help me understand the level of work that this CEQA analysis will now be related to traffic for, let's say, 160 unit apartment building that's proposed in Walnut Creek.
Yeah, so on the VMT side of things, it's not a lot of additional work. We use the model on those projects to forecast traffic volumes, for example. So we would need to prepare a few extra model runs in order to pull the information out. We have some automatic scripts that we've developed that allow us to just take the outputs out of the model and then calculate the numbers for us. Where I think the level of effort is going to be a bit higher is more on the preparation development of the model, and that's largely being done by CCTA because they are the keepers and the maintainers of the model. So it's really going to be more of a regional effort to ensure that the model is up to date. But as I was noting to Council Member Francois, the model is being used to calculate numbers and to try and get as best as we can to an apples to apples comparison. Models are inherently imperfect, and if any questions exist in the modeler or the analyst, other tools are there to double check the numbers that are coming out of the model. And again, the model is just a tool. It is not perfect. It does have limitations, but in terms of calculating VMT, it's not only the recommended tool by the State Office of Planning and Research, it actually is probably one of the better tools because it does measure those land use interactions.
Ian, I just want to add with the thresholds, though, the example that Cindy gave, actually some of these studies will be less than we used to do. If it's less than 200 units, then you don't even have to do a study in most cases. Is that right?
Depending on where the project is.
Okay, it's across the street from the BART station.
Yeah, if it's across the street from the BART station, no VMT analysis, but the city could still require a level of service analysis.
I think one point I'd like to make in here when talking to Ian is that this new way of doing things is actually going to have some less traffic studies in a lot of projects in Walnut Creek just based on the way we're set up. And one key thing is you reminded me of is this is countywide. These numbers are set countywide. In Walnut Creek, when it comes to our transit opportunities and our other alternative transportation opportunities, we have a really good setup. So this actually will help a lot of development that's in the downtown area, I think.
Absolutely. The downtown area, by its nature of being a place of a mix of uses, having the downtown trolley being close to BART, a lot of that kind of corridor there along California Boulevard and Main Street will qualify for a number of potential screening exemptions, just based on either low VMT or proximity to high quality transit, or depending on the project size, even potentially the small project exemption, again, kind of depending on the project description.
So let's take that same hypothetical project. Let's say it's on Civic Drive at the location of the former Long's Drugs headquarters site. You mentioned it in the Planning Commission meeting, and I watched that a month late today, but they are close enough to BART to meet the screening requirement, correct?
Generally speaking, yes. I'd have to go back and double check it on the map, but
Okay, let's say they are. You know, maybe they're off by a block, but it's already built. Let's say they are. Ordinarily, we would have been concerned about what was happening at Ignacio and Civic, turn pockets, backups caused by turn pockets that are too full. And that's a level of service condition and congestion. If they meet the screening, they are screened and therefore they don't have to. How do we get to the congestion issues that could accrue, or don't we?
yeah, so just because a project's screened out on the basis of VMT does not preclude the city to require a congestion analysis and place conditions of approval on the project to address deficiencies versus general plan goals and policies. So even under VMT, the city still does have the right to require that a project's congestion effects be studied, which says that analysis can no longer live in the CEQA document.
So what does that do, Mr. City Attorney, to lawsuits that we get because of CEQA? Traffic has not been analyzed properly.
Well, so in a CEQA lawsuit, it will have been analyzed properly. So you have to, as Ian is talking about, you have to think about it from the standpoint of CEQA compliance, which now uses VMT, and for instance, zoning code compliance or general plan policy compliance, which may use a different standard. So
they will have to sue based on the VMT analysis if they're going to do a CEQA lawsuit versus suing based on the left turn pocket isn't big enough, isn't wide enough, signals don't work properly.
correct. And as to that latter one, it is important that the cities have standards and policies in the general plan and zoning that would have to be applied. So you wouldn't want to be creating them on a case-by-case basis. They should be legislative policies in the documents.
And so so now I'll go back to the engineer. Do we have those policies, or are we now faced with having to establish a set of congestion level policies for these projects in the downtown, particularly along these major corridors, routes of regional significance?
The city does have those policies laid out already in the general plan, and I believe that the city also does have a traffic impact study guidelines, which I believe that SMIDAR was in the process of updating, just to remove references to CEQA in those guidelines.
Okay, so I'm going to roll back to a real basic question. How do you figure out how many people in a housing development? Because it's all based on person vehicle miles traveled, not units vehicle miles traveled.
So we have data from the census and the American Community Survey that helps us, generally speaking, populate those numbers. It is an assumption in the analysis, and we'd apply whatever assumption at the baseline level and then at the project level as well to keep it apples to apples. So it does divide through. So I know that when the model does get updated by CCTA, they do update those numbers. And certainly if there was a particular project that had a higher or lower occupancy than what the model should be assuming, and there's documentation to that fact, I know I would certainly, if I was the analyst, want to incorporate that in there. But generally speaking, those population per household numbers do get updated through the census.
I mean, we know it's 2.1 roughly for the whole city, but now you get downtown and you get at that theoretical project that's a half mile from BART with 300 units. Bedroom counts kind of and size of unit have an impact. And I know this planning commission started to get a little bit at that, but then it seems like by the end of the meeting, they were no longer talking about that. So I was wondering where that landed.
Yeah, I think in that, and this is where there's a lot of kind of different factors in that, correct? And certainly in the downtown example, because one of the intents of SB 743 is to locate projects near high quality transit, especially in infill situations, that's where that part of SB 743 kind of overrides or kind of doesn't really consider the occupancy per unit in that specific example. If you were saying though that there was a low occupancy residential development or a low population density residential development way far away from the transit priority areas and way far away from downtown, not certain that you would ever necessarily see a project like that, but you know, for discussion purposes, then yeah, you would definitely want to take that into account because you have evidence that suggests that the numbers in the model are not, you know, are not appropriate. And anytime that exists as an analyst and as a you know, as a transportation engineer, then that should be taken into account.
Well, the example that I can think of would be an age-restricted building, and that generally means 55 years of age or older, or 65 or older, which they tend to not have more than 1 or 2 people per household.
Right, and certainly I think in that situation, it would behoove the analyst to consider that in the analysis and not just take what's from the model.
So these screening criteria, there's 6 of them. Can you tell us, it seems that this is where the big rubber meets the road. I mean, the thresholds and the methods are really something being established by, and the metrics are really the CCTA, which is reflective of OPR. But these screening criteria, did we change, is the Planning Commission recommending to us any differences from what is actually embedded in CCTA's approved screening criteria? Because it seems like we should be discussing those.
So a couple of key differences are the exemptions for drive-through on the local serving retail. And that was one thing that was not in the CCTA recommendations, but we're finding that that's a popular exemption to be added to the screening criteria for agencies throughout the Bay Area. The other one associated with that is I believe that CCTA did not specify a certain retail cap, which as I know was 30,000 based on some of the Planning Commission feedback. CCTA did not specifically plant their flagpole in a specific number there. Then also, as I noted on the affordable housing front, CCTA nor OPR have given any specific guidance on percent affordability as part of one of those screening criteria for affordable housing projects.
And who recommended the 100% affordable and job rich?
So the concept of 100% affordable was, you know, based on discussions with city staff, knowing that you know, 100% was a number. You know, if you went to something lower than 100, that could potentially be subject to challenge going forward. Just given that there's just such a lack of guidance on that 100% seemed like the safest recommendation or the most defensible recommendation. The jobs rich aspect goes back to this notion of placing residential in locations where you know, people have better access to jobs. So in this case, you'd be placing affordable housing closer to jobs, thus shortening the length of commute trips, which would generally be in line with the intent of SB 743.
There, that's my questions. Very much.
Thank you. Either of the other 2 council members have any questions? I have some, partly because it just, the assumption, we keep going back to the assumptions, and you just look at what happened in January and you look at what happened in June, and the assumption holds. So it's the specific date that, what is the cutoff date where your assumption is deemed to be made and get you out of trouble?
So in terms of the idea of how COVID affects the calculation?
Well, it's, you know, a BART strike. I mean, something fairly catastrophic that really just screws around. And actually, a BART strike would be a fairly predictable, recurring situation that just throws vehicles mile traveled right out the window.
Right, and I think I can't comment on specific situations, especially with regards to COVID. You know, we don't know what the new normal is going to look like.
Understood.
Our cart ridership is down 85, 90%, and people are starting to return to work, and most people are choosing. We still have a lot of work from home. So while the typical standard is to say that this baseline information is when the time of the notice of preparation for the environmental document is released, you can still you should always be justifying your baseline based on substantial evidence, to use the CEQA term. And I think what we're finding is that for a lot of cases, especially right now, because the situation is so fluid with COVID and we don't know where the future lies in terms of VMT post-COVID, especially when you get down to a per capita metric, we're generally finding that we are still looking backwards. I don't have an exact date of when we need to make the change to a post-COVID baseline, perhaps sometime in 2021. But I think it's important to note that the thresholds themselves are independent of the choice of baseline, because we're really saying it's 85% of the baseline to be calculated, by the transportation analyst when these projects do come down the pipeline. It will be a choice. I would certainly if I was going to be doing a project, I'd run the choice of baseline by city staff and by the city attorney, absolutely, to come up with what's the right choice of baseline as we move forward in time.
Okay, this is just a general question. I don't even know if anybody knows the answer. Are we aware of any potential projects that would come under our authority that would be subject to the vehicle miles traveled, where we would have to actually calculate it, have it calculated by CCTA?
I can't necessarily speak to what projects are coming down the pipeline, but this VMT calculation provision is kind of sort of the new traffic study. It's the way that all projects have to be analyzed under CEQA.
The first project I've seen that started using the VMT is a senior housing project over at the Human Genome Project. So I know they've done some calculations, and I'm not sure what they mean from it at all. I just know that project is one of the first ones that sort of start to come underneath underneath this. You know anything about that, Ian? Or
I've heard some rumblings about it. I know in our conversations with SMIDAR, we might peer review it. I don't.
If SMIDAR was here, she could say for sure, but I know there's some VMT discussions in the document. So that's the very first one I've seen, but anything coming out, we'd definitely be working with it.
Yeah, I thought there were some projects that were under consideration. That's why we were going to try and get this done before the end of summer. So I have, I think, one more question. Mitigation. So mitigation doesn't even seem possible to me unless the developer commits to put a shuttle in, because any mitigation is trying to build your transportation system more tightly. So what is mitigation?
Yeah, so in this case, mitigation is about providing options or infrastructure to support people to make to not drive. So I think that and the need for the mitigation is going to vary, based on the level of impact or the level above the threshold. For a project that's just slightly above the threshold, maybe they could contribute to building out some infrastructure in the city's bicycle and pedestrian master plan that would better connect that project site to the downtown area, for example. For a project maybe out on Creekside, for example, maybe they could help fund operations of County Connection Route 5 and get that shuttle service down from a 20-minute headway down to a 15-minute headway. And then subsequently the entire Route 5 line would start to qualify for mitigation. I would definitely say mitigation on a project by project level is difficult, because again, not only do you need to demonstrate the effectiveness, you need to monitor it. And that's where these citywide or region-wide programs that are coming down the line show a lot of promise, because not only do they get at project-specific VMT, they also provide benefits to all existing residents, business owners, and visitors and travelers.
You know, Mayor, I've been thinking the same question and trying to think of what that might look like. And the one project that's a past project, but the Orchards project out here at Shadelands is a good example of one that they put in a park. They built some bike trails. They did lots of things to make it more of a community-oriented development than just a development that you would drive to. And so I think that's a good example of a project that if they did exceed it, and I don't know if they would have, they did bring in some elements that did make it so that people are going to drive less, and it's actually probably reduced vehicle miles traveled, that project did, because I see more people riding their bikes and walking to that from the whole Citrus neighborhood. And so I think that's an example of a bigger project of some of the things you can do on site. But as you get to smaller projects, I agree, doing on site type stuff does get to be difficult.
And then some other mitigation measures that we see, think of an apartment building as, unbundling parking costs, or, charging residents based on the number of parking spaces that they actually need rather than just rolling it into the rent. In that case, providing car share, zip cars, help people get around, but still encouraging walking. So there's definitely those options there as well. And those are actually some of the more effective options that we can really demonstrate effectiveness on, because they affect pricing and thus they affect traffic choices.
Thank you. All right. I believe it is now time for public communications on this issue. Is there anybody available who wants to speak to this item?
We have Michael Sampson.
Thank you.
Hello, you can see me and hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to speak a little bit about this. I definitely support this new metric. I think that the level of service metric misrepresents the actual traffic impacts that a new development will have, and generally encourages low density and suburban developments as opposed to denser and urban mixed use developments. So I think overall, the level of service metric has to go, and I support this new vehicle miles traveled metric, because generally I think it's just worth noting that the 20th century American suburb, the way that we think of it, is just not sustainable in the 21st. So definitely VMT is a more effective metric. Ian Barnes mentioned that certain zoning laws might make it more challenging to create new developments that produce low VMT, namely, dense multifamily housing. So I think we should probably consider doing away with single family zoning entirely to allow for multifamily housing to be developed in what we traditionally think of as suburbs. I also believe that it'd be valuable for us to allow a greater variety of uses in, again, what we would normally consider the suburbs, the single family zones. So sometimes I'm driving through the suburbs and I think, man, that would be a great place for a coffee shop, or that would be a great place for a corner store, or we can put a little neighborhood pub right there. But because of the zoning laws that only allow for single family homes to be developed there, it means that those types of developments aren't allowed. So if we really want to, reduce vehicle miles traveled, then we need to allow a greater variety of uses in in single family zones, and we need to allow for multifamily housing to be developed in those zones. Yeah, that's it.
Yep. Any others?
No, I don't see any additional speakers.
Okay, so that actually brought up a question for me, which is part of most of the reason for this is to cut down on greenhouse gas emissions. And if we ignore congestion, which is one of the most fruitful of greenhouse gas emissions, have we lost sound? I mean, are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater?
So I think that there's a very important distinction to make here, is that there's really kind of now two types of VMT floating around. There's the VMT for the transportation analysis. There's also the VMT that needs to be input into air quality and greenhouse gas analyses. So those analyses, generally speaking, take in information. They take in VMT by speed bin or VMT by speed as an input. And thus, if a given project, adds more congestion on Interstate 680 or Highway 24, those air quality and greenhouse gas calculations would take that into effect in those environmental topics. We're in the transportation section, we're really using VMT as a metric to say how efficient is the connections between various land uses as they go over the transportation system. Do you have the right mix of land uses that are connected by roads? Are they connected by transit? How does that work out? And using VMT as a proxy for that connection. It just happens to be that metric for VMT and the VMT that's used in these other environmental topics, they're both VMT.
Okay, that clears it up. Councilmember Silva. Mute.
Trying to be mindful of not background noise. Theoretical question. So we have 2 locations in Walnut Creek, and for more than 20 years, maybe even close to 30 years, we have been focusing our intensification of development of housing near downtown, which is near BART, transit trails, freeway on-ramps if you have to drive, and allowing single family homes to be predominantly out in the Ignacio Valley, further from all of those transportation alternatives. Same project, 200 units, 6 blocks from BART versus at the corner of Ignacio and Oak Road. Will they have the same vehicle miles traveled, or will the vehicle miles traveled, if it's located at Oak Grove and Ignacio, Oak Grove and Ignacio, is the vehicle miles travel for the same exact unit going to be different?
Yes, I think in that situation, the one at Oak Grove and Ignacio would show a higher VMT per capita because people have to drive further into downtown. They are further away from the freeways. The development that is closer to downtown is closer to restaurants and retail and these other sorts of places that people want to go from their house. And if they're close enough in the downtown area, they will walk or bike. They will not drive, thus reducing VMT per capita even further. So you can have the exact same number of units, and where they are in the city and how close they are to complementary land uses or major transit matters in this calculation.
So theoretically, we have 2 big hospitals in Walnut Creek. I'm not sure they're exactly the same size, but that would tell me that John Muir Hospital has a higher VMT than Kaiser Hospital does if it were exactly the same facility.
It would be very hard. I can't say one way or the other, and that's because we don't know the patient mix. We don't know where the employees are driving from. There's a lot of nuance in that comparison.
Okay.
In the case of a pure residential development, where we kind of know where people want to go and kind of know where they're coming from and going to and how they're getting there, I think it's a little bit easier to make that comparison.
Would this be true then also for our office development in our Golden Triangle area, which may be pretty close to where your office is located, but I don't think you're in the office. I think you've got just the background.
Yeah, no, it's just the background.
That the vehicle miles traveled for the office developments in the Golden Triangle are better than the vehicle miles traveled analyses for office complexes of the same size, let's say, out in the Shadelands.
Again, I think that's a pretty hard one to exactly quantify. In the Golden Triangle or kind of around BART station, you have a lot of BART riders. But on the flip side, on the Shadelands parcels, you're a little bit closer to kind of more single family residential. You're closer in geography to potentially folks coming over the hill from Kirker Pass. I know that's not a popular topic sometimes. So,
they make a right turn on Oak Grove. It's a lot better than if they don't make a right turn till all the way to the BART station.
Exactly. And that's where we're talking about the connections to transit, distance to complementary land uses, and kind of overall travel patterns. That's something that the model is going to be able to tell us. Of course, in that Golden Triangle example, most of that office development could be could be screened out because of proximity to transit or proximity to the BART station.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're now at a place where we're looking for wrapping this up. And that would mean that, are we ready to make comments? Are we ready to make motions? I'm seeing Councilmember Silver raise her hand, so please make some comment.
So I appreciate all of this, and clearly we need to do this, otherwise we are not in compliance with state law. And I think we need to be consistent with CCTA to the very best of our ability. I would like to hear us talk about the 4 items in the screening criteria that are not consistent, that are more stringent than CCTA, and make sure that we recognize those, and we specifically and purposefully adopt those or amend those. And maybe you could tell us what the CCTA thresholds in those criteria are, because in the conversation the other night, or planning commission, it was 50,000 square feet of retail. There was a long conversation about 50,000 versus smaller versus 10,000. Maybe somebody can tell me, what does CCTAs say?
I'd be happy to answer that. As I think I mentioned, CCTA itself did not provide a particular number associated with that. So based on the feedback that we heard from Planning Commission and in consultation with city staff, that was our recommendation. OPR does provide a suggested limit of 50,000. Now, I think kind of what we had heard from Planning Commission was that because this is a screening criteria, 30,000 made sense for the types of developments that as they noted, typically kind of come through the pipeline in Walnut Creek. 50,000 is, in some degree, in some cases, a large number. In other jurisdictions, not so much. So we recommended 30,000 based on Planning Commission feedback.
And this is for neighborhoods serving retail. So generally it would be a shopping center complex.
Yes, generally speaking.
And then they also said the Planning Commission said no drive-throughs, but there are different types of drive-throughs. There are fast food drive-throughs, and then there are banks. And then there are fast food there are drive-throughs that are where the whole experience, the circulation problem is on site, such as at the Rossmore Shopping Center, versus those where it's spilling out the way the Wendy's does or the Burger King does out onto a main thoroughfare. There are kind of some nuances there where if I were the property owner, I might want some consideration of that, but now I'm opining.
Sorry.
No, is there a discussion to be had out of that, or just an observation?
I think we need to discuss it because I thought it was they went through it really fast on the Planning Commission. I wasn't there. I was watching it in historic moments, but I wanted to kind of say, wait.
Well, let's make it clear though, and I want to make sure Ian is on top of this though. That just means they don't get a pass. They still have to be studied. It doesn't mean we're not eliminating drive-throughs. It just means they have to be studied. Is that right, Ian?
Yes, that is correct. And again, really some of the thought process behind this with the drive-throughs, is just the screening criteria are designed to allow projects that really fit the intent of Senate Bill 743, promoting lower VMT generating land uses, providing them with a way out to bypass around the VMT analysis requirement, because they are in and of itself low VMT generating or more VMT efficient. Generally speaking, and Councilmember Silva, I agree, there is nuance there, absolutely. But generally speaking, drive-throughs promote driving. because they increase the convenience of driving, and that is generally inconsistent with Senate Bill 743 and its intent, that improving convenience via driving component.
So I could make a real interesting argument of how if you have one drive-through that it captures market that is going there, it allows a neighborhood serving shopping center to better survive. You have reduced vehicle miles traveled because now they're not having to drive further.
Yes.
Now,
I guess the question is, yeah, would you want to bypass the entire need for a VMT analysis on that fact, or would you take that into account in the actual numerical analysis? There's a lot of different ways to approach that. I will certainly.
I guess my question is, would they have to do it anyway? And is this just a different way of looking at it? But I wanted to make sure we had a conversation because I think the Planning Commission was reacting to one specific issue at 2nd and Main. And that wasn't about vehicle miles traveled. That was
I'm not the expert, but I happen to have a relationship with CCTA, and I know that they have gotten some grant money to continue to develop this model, and so my personal suggestion is we don't have to get it as tight as we might have if it's our only swipe at the situation. It is that we have the beginnings of what we need, a very strong beginning of what we need to establish the vehicle miles standard for the county. And as time goes on, we will be smarter and our assumptions will get better and we'll be able to handle more of the nuances and the fringe. I'm not convinced we have to do it tonight. Just saying.
Mayor, can I ask a question though? What were the other two deviations? I'm at a disadvantage. I didn't watch the Planning Commission meeting and I didn't see it highlighted in the staff report. So what were the two other changes from the screening criteria from CCTA that the Planning Commission recommended? I thought you said there were 4, Cindy.
Yeah, 2 are in the affordable housing where I think these are staff recommendations that they need to be 100% affordable and job rich. And I will tell you that I think 100% affordable makes sense, but the job rich is pretty hard to define. And we all went sometimes on that term because it's not defined other than in state hints of law that say that HCD is going to decide what a job rich area is in our communities. And I don't see what the definition, I don't know how we define it. So I think there's a definitional issue.
I don't see a reference to jobs rich on page 6 of the staff report.
It came up in Ian's presentation.
I don't see it in the resolution.
Pardon me?
So that's something CCTA recommends that that's our staff is not suggesting. I don't see it in the resolution, jobs rich.
No, CCTA has no recommendation. Where did Ian go? Did he fall off the meeting?
No, he's still here. He just moved.
He just moved up on my You moved over. You moved your office.
Yeah. Just space shifted there. Yeah, I'm seeing that in the resolution and the agenda report as well. I know that we've had some conversations about jobs rich, and very well perhaps if jobs rich is a certain point of consternation, because that's not directly in the.
I think the resolution only says 100% affordable. I think Matt's right.
Yeah, I prefer to stay away from that term too, given that it's floating around in proposed legislation that hasn't been adopted yet. But I don't see it in the resolution, so I think we're good.
Okay, that's 3. Now 4. What was item 4?
Item 4 was a part of that. Was the
jobs rich part?
There's 2 in the neighborhood serving. One is the 30,000 square feet. that triggers that means you can't get screened out, and one is the drive-throughs. How big is 30,000 square feet? So let's say I own the Palos Verdes Mall, which has a lot of, the Lenardi's is bigger than 30,000 square feet, probably. What would they have to?
It's probably right about there. The old school grocery stores were about 25, 30,000 square feet. The newer ones, like in the orchards, are bigger, 40 to 50,000 square feet.
55 to 60, yeah. So they would have to add a building roughly the size of the Lenardi's up at Palos Verdes Mall to trigger, to say that you can't get screened out.
Okay, are we getting closer to a motion?
I am. I mean, I think that I appreciate, to echo on Cindy's comments, we have to do this because it's the law, and I'm glad that we're taking steps forward. I also think we're at a little bit of an advantage because we've started on the rethinking mobility. I think what's really going to be critical here is to identify the mitigation measures that address any significant VMT impacts that are identified. So I think, the next phase of this is for us to complete that process, the rethinking mobility. And then also, I think another component is how this dovetails with level of service, because I think it's becoming increasingly clear to me that that's an outdated model, that probably for all sort of traffic impacts, maybe we want to look at it a different way. And I know I'm getting a little theoretical, but I think we want to look at it more like Ignacio Valley, where we look at it, how long does it take you to travel from Oak Grove to Civic? That's how we measure the efficiency of the roadway network, as opposed to looking at it as a series of different intersections. And I think we want to do that crosstown. I've always been a proponent of trying to sync the lights crosstown on Broadway in California. And I think this could dovetail into that effort, because otherwise I think we could end up with projects that are fine from a VMT standpoint, but if we're using a level of service D citywide for everything, there's going to be a project maybe downtown in a more congested area that's not going to be consistent with level of service D, and then we're creating a general plan consistency issue that I think we should make sure that we're addressing. So I'm happy to make a motion to approve the resolution adopting the vehicle miles traveled thresholds and local criteria for purposes of analyzing transportation impacts under CEQA. And just to address the discrepancies, I agree with the 30,000 square foot limit, and to take drive-throughs out from an automatic screening.
I think I'm going to second it. So you're basically the staff presentation.
Right.
Second.
Are there any additional comments from the staff, from the council? All right, I'm not seeing any, so therefore may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Carries unanimously.
Alrighty, on to the next one, and this is the ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 10 of the Walnut Creek Municipal Code to extend the Shadelands Business Park public art fee exemption. May I have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Kevin Safine, Director of Arts and Recreation. So yes, we are talking about extension of the Shadelands Business Park exemption from the public art master plan. Since we're talking about public art, I reflected on the work that Carrie did this evening. So I used all of my graphic skills for this presentation. So prepare to be dazzled. Next slide, please, Amy. Here we go. Back in 2016, you'll recall the city adopted the Public Art Master Plan and the ordinances enacting the plan. Key provisions of that included 1% of the construction cost, which would be dedicated to art on site. There's a 0.75% construction cost if developers choose instead to contribute to the in lieu fund, the public art fund. Key to that fee related to Shadelands was that at that time, in 2016, it was felt that Shadelands needed all the help it could get to keep on its upswing to become even more vital. So at that time in 2016, the city chose to exempt the business park from that public art fee requirements for 2 years or until that 90% occupancy was reached. So this was something that was recommended by the Chamber of Commerce at the time. So fast forward to 2018, that 2-year exemption had expired, but the 90% occupancy was not yet reached. So it was about, the vacancy rate was somewhere between 13 and 19% during that time. So the Chamber, and at that time, the Shadelands PBID requested an extension. The Arts Commission supported that request. The council approved that extension through July of 2020, or again, until that 90% occupancy was reached. So that brings us to today, 2020, the exemption for Shadelands has expired. That 90% occupancy has not been achieved. I believe the council is in possession of a letter from the chamber that spoke to their request for another extension. They gave some numbers. It's upwards of at least 15% vacancy and probably climbing at this point. So this went to the Arts Commission a few months ago. Their recommendation is that this be extended, the exemption, for 1 year only through July of 2021. And again, this is the Arts Commission's recommendation that be the final extension at that point. So it would sunset in July of 2021. So that's the background. Next slide, Amy, thank you. So this is the recommended action, is to amend the Unicode section that you see in front of you and introduce and waive further reading. So with that, that ends my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see Council Member Silva's hand.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and I appreciate that we are getting this done and the input of the Arts Commission. I'm not sure if this is a question for you or if this is a question for Steve Mattis. It's really related to the attachment to page 2, item F, where it has the date on it. It extends it until July 1st, 2021. Is that the only reference in here to the change I see?
I'll let the city attorney look.
Steve,
I'm looking at it right now.
Thank you, Steve.
So my point would be, and I think I agree with this, we extend it till July 2021, but we do not put it in an ordinance that that's the last, best, and final offer, or whatever the phrase would be, because we always have the authority to change our minds. And so I understand that the Arts Commission doesn't want it to go any further than that, but I think I agree with the date and not having any language beyond that. And I'm amusing some of my council members because they're smiling.
Yeah, so if I understood your question, you would be happy with the proposal if it didn't, if it just says to expire at this date, and which is
what it does.
And then we can change our mind. Quite frankly, I would have said we keep getting close to, but we never get there. So why don't we just make it until we reach 90% and be done with it, instead of bringing it back. I don't know that I have any wisdom on that, but I mean, if we're going to keep reviewing it.
If I may speak to that issue.
Okay.
That's clearly within the council's policy discretion, but I actually wouldn't recommend that, because vacancy rates in facilities can modify on a regular basis. And so you could have an ordinance that would be in effect and then not in effect and then back in effect again. I do think if the council is, I think that the idea of having a time in here is a reasonable way to check in periodically as to whether or not you've achieved that occupancy ratio that you're trying to get to.
Okay.
If I can speak to that just briefly, Mayor, the Arts Commission felt the same way, which is the vacancy rates or the occupancy rate was a moving target. And so they just wanted to settle on the date itself rather than the occupancy.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just think 1 year isn't enough. Councilmember Waddell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Steve, I have a question on what you just opined. Is there a mechanism that we can put into place where if we do set a certain date that we can continue that without having to come back and have a staff report, or we can place this on a consent calendar item rather than having a staff report on an extension?
Well, the way that this exception, because remember, this is an exception to a rule. So generally it would apply, but because the council has opted to not have it apply, it creates this exception. Yeah. And so unless you're going to use the standard of the percentage of occupancy, it doesn't really work outside of a date very effectively. I mean, you could guess another date, you could do it based on projections. But since you're creating an exception to a rule right now, the exception does have to be in effect all the time that you want it to be in effect. Yep. So that's why I think that the date approach works here. If the council feels, differently than the Arts Commission, that it's going to take longer than July 1st, 2021 to get to that occupancy level, you could extend the date right now if you want. You could change it to a later date.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. My question is there a way to draft this with a date where we can extend it again in the future without having to have a public hearing on it, or we can just throw it on a consent calendar item?
Not really, because it's related to the imposition of a fee. And so you really should do it through the public hearing process.
Madam Mayor, I yield.
Thank you.
I have another couple of questions, but I don't want to.
Come ahead.
So my second question is related to what are we applying this to? Because just in the last conversation, we were talking about the senior housing project that is going in Shadelands. We are basically taking office space that would have had an occupancy rate, and we're converting it to housing. That changes the denominator, so to speak. Is that being factored in here when staff is looking at this? And I don't know if that's a question for who that's a question for.
Help me with the denominator term.
Meaning the total number of square feet.
Ethan is
commercial
space. Yeah. And has his hand up.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
happy
we
to
want to bring Ethan in.
Just as you said earlier, Councilmember Silva, happy to say, I don't know. I'll have someone else answer for me. And look who's coming on.
That's the second time in one night.
Exactly, exactly. My friend Ethan Bindernagel will be happy to answer that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. So if I understand the question, it's to what does the public arts exemption apply? Was that, am I?
If we are taking office space out of Shadelands and we're replacing it with housing, is the housing now fall under this same category of an occupancy level? Because typically occupancy levels are a commercial or a retail tenanting issue, not an occupancy of residential leasing. How is that being, what does this relate to? Only commercial, or does it relate to also residential space?
So I would say that it's a great question. I understand the reason.
Don't the band.
No. So if we're in that particular case, there's actually that project is actually proposing changing the designation to no longer be a business park designation. It would actually be a general plan amendment that would change, it would alter the general, as proposed, it would alter the general plan designation from business park to something else, potentially mixed use residential is what's being bandied about. But I understand your point with that. Then if you're reducing that amount of potential office that contributes to the vacancy number calculation, are you artificially, by removing or changing the denominator something smaller, are you, what is the effect on, and so that could have an effect on the vacancy rate, of course. There are, though, in general, the list of land uses to which the public art does or does not apply. But as it relates to the business park, there's a general exemption for the applicability or the requirement for public art or a fee to be paid as it currently sets, and this would be extended to next July.
Right. So I guess my question still stands, which is, no matter how are we measuring the 90%? Because the Joint Genome Institute is a vacant office space.
Yes.
That is basically, we're taking it from one category of land use to another.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be empty once it has residents in it. Will it be counting toward the occupancy level against the 90%? Or is it sitting over here?
Can I propose another change, which is that won't be built for until 2021. Anyhow, we don't have to resolve that tonight. Even if it's still measured as commercial, we know what the 90% is because nothing's changed. How's that?
That is true. It won't be ready for a year.
Let me just add something if I could, Mayor, and I may be misspeaking here, or maybe I'm oversimplifying something, but as I look at the ordinance itself, the main portion in section 1 says this chapter does not apply to new construction or alterations within the general plan business park land use category. So it seems to me that anything that's changed from the business park land use category would be taken out of both the numerator and the denominator. So anything that remains in business park, this would apply. This ordinance would apply, otherwise it's taken out of the equation if it's no longer BP.
So, okay, if I'm following that, it would mean on the date that it receives its entitlements is the date that land is no longer being counted. It's being counted as something else. And so this mathematical formula will effectively change. I just want us to know when it could change by virtue of something else happening that we weren't even thinking about.
That's effectively when the Orchards project was approved. We did change the general plan designation, and thereby from the business park land use designation, we removed 25 acres and any associated office or development associated with that. It would be similar to that.
Okay.
To the city manager's point.
Thank you.
Great. Did you have any more questions?
No.
Okay. I think we have some public comment. Unless anybody else at council has a question, it doesn't look like they do. Public comment, please.
Sure. Michael Sampson.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you again. I know you're probably tired of hearing from me by now, but I just wanted to voice my support for, because I actually wasn't planning on speaking about this issue, but then I started hearing about how this intersects with zoning in Shadelands. And I brought this up a couple of weeks ago when I was talking about the Warriors franchise and the potential for something to happen there in Shadelands. Turns out they're not going to be playing there. They're just going to be practicing there. But I think my idea for what to do with that region, I think still stands regardless of whether or not the Warriors are playing there, which is that I do think that Shadelands, which is a huge chunk of land, which is kind of dead, would make a lot more sense as a mixed use zone. And that we could maybe, create almost a little second downtown in Shadelands by prioritizing mixed-use developments, low-income housing, transit access. I think it would be cool if there was a part-time transit lane that went from BART down Ignacio Valley Road to Shadelands, because there's a lot of people that work there. And so like if we do it just part-time transit lane during rush hour, that means there could be a lot of access for people who, you know, either go from anywhere on that route to BART or from BART to Shadelands. So there's just potential there for Shadelands to become a really vibrant, mixed use, dense, urban, walkable, transit accessible zone. And right now, Shadelands is just, you know, it's great, it's wonderful, but it's kind of not a fun place to be. When I was in De La Salle High School and I was doing track there and we had practice that took us through Shadelands, I was like, dang, like this is not the most poppin' part of town. And I think there's a lot of potential for Shadelands to be a really cool, vibrant, mixed-use zone. So when I'm hearing discussion about rezoning Shadelands, my ears kind of perked up. I think we should rezone it as a mixed-use zone.
Thank you. All right, well, that was a little off topic, but it was the right area. Do we have any other comments at council? I'm willing to, Matt.
I had a question for staff. If I appreciated the city attorney's comments about probably not using a occupancy metric, sticking with a date. If we were, I mean, July 1st will be here essentially before we know it. If we were to choose another date, would a year from today or December 31st of next year, would that make more sense? Or does staff have any thoughts or feedback? I don't think there's anything magic about July 1st of next year.
That wouldn't, I mean, from at least the Arts and Rec Department's perspective, and that would be more or less arbitrary if you chose to change it. So that wouldn't be material. We agree with the city attorney on the date versus the occupancy rate, though.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's within the policy discretion of the council, Councilmember Francois. If the council wants to make it a later date, that's clearly within your discretion to do it.
Okay, so can I have a motion, Matt, please?
Yeah, I would, unless any of you disagree, I think December 31st of next year, I think we really can't see our way, you know, let's get through this year and then we can reassess and see what next year looks like. But I would move to approve the ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 10 of the Walnut Creek Municipal Code to extend the Shadelands Business Park public art fee exemption until December 31st, 2021.
Second. Okay, I'm going to give the second to Cindy. Somebody else said it, but I didn't get who. So I have a motion and a second. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilk.
Aye.
Mayor Haskell.
Me, aye.
Motion carries.
All right, and finally, we have a report regarding fees charged by third-party food delivery companies and options for next steps, including consideration of an urgency ordinance establishing a temporary cap on commission fees, costs charged by third-party food delivery services on local restaurants within the city during the COVID-19 crisis pandemic. May I have the staff report? Hi, Janine, you're it, huh?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Haskew and members of the council. My name is Janine Cavalli, and I'm a senior planner in the Community and Economic Development Department. I'll be presenting information to you this evening on a food delivery services fee cap charged to restaurants in Walnut Creek. Next slide. So, at the September 1st City Council meeting, during the public comment period, Walnut Creek Downtown, on behalf of the restaurant business industry, requested for the City Council to look into adopting a delivery a cap on delivery service fees to restaurants. And at that same meeting, City Council directed staff to provide information on a cap of food delivery service fees at a future meeting. So here we are this evening. Next slide. The recommended action is for City Council to receive the staff report on the delivery services fee cap, consider next steps, and if desired, waive reading, introduce, and adopt the accompanying urgency ordinance by 4/5 vote. And that's included as the attachment to the staff report. Next slide, please. So I'll be presenting to you over the next few slides a summary of information on delivery fees and caps, including the delivery services business model and a summary of the outreach that staff conducted to restaurants, delivery services, and as well as other jurisdictions that we reached out to research terms that have been adopted as part of other agencies' ordinances. And then I'll briefly go over the terms that are identified in the draft ordinance that was provided. Next slide. So to set the context, earlier this year, with the onset of the pandemic and the shelter-in-place orders, indoor restaurant dining was prohibited back in March 2020. And it was only last week that indoor dining was allowed, but again, at limited capacity at only 25%. So during this time, and will continue to occur, that the restaurants rely quite heavily on pickup and delivery orders for their operations. And there are about, just for reference, about over 200 restaurants in Walnut Creek. Next slide. So the delivery services business model. So currently in Walnut Creek, there are 3 primary providers of food delivery services, including DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber Eats. And each offers a slightly different business model. But generally, they charge restaurants between 15 and 30% for delivery orders. And then some may offer discounts for in-store pickup orders. In addition, customers are also often charged a small fee, though the cap that we're discussing this evening and that has been adopted across many cities in the Bay Area is only a cap on charges to restaurants. Staff is not aware of any regulation on fee caps limiting fees to customers. Next slide, please. So the delivery services fee that these delivery apps charge to restaurants typically cover 3 primary functions. The first is providing an online interactive format for or platform for listing the menu and placing the order and processing the order. The second is delivering the food if applicable. Again, there's these service, even though they're called delivery service fee apps, they're providing more than just delivery. Sometimes some orders that they assist with are just a pickup order. So the customer places the order online through this app interface, but then they still go and pick up the order themselves rather than have it delivered. But the platform and the service app still provides the service of placing the order. And then the third category is providing marketing and advertising to amplify their online presence. Next slide, please. So we spoke to a number of local restaurants in Walnut Creek, and they are currently paying between 10 and 30% on the purchase price of takeout orders to these delivery service fee apps. And again, the 10% range, that end of the range, is typically just for the pickup orders. Prior to COVID-19, what I'm hearing from the restaurants is that takeout orders comprised only about 5 to 15% of their operations, whereas now they comprise upwards of 70%. So it's a dramatic increase. We've also heard from restaurants that the national chains have more leverage to negotiate the fees with these apps than the smaller businesses do. And everyone that we spoke to was supportive of a 15% cap on the delivery orders. Next slide, please. So in addition to outreach to the restaurants, we also reached out to the delivery service apps. They informed us that at the start of the onset of COVID, they were providing discounts for the first few months for existing orders, and we're also offering free service to new customers. We talked to them about what their preferred terms would be for such an ordinance, and the ones that they requested that are included in the draft ordinance provided are that restaurants have the ability to choose to pay more than the cap if they want more extensive or additional marketing and advertising services beyond just kind of the basics. They requested that we separate out credit card fees from the cap, and that we set an effective date, a minimum of 1 week after adoption. I heard that a lot of jurisdictions, these were adopted, or the effective date was immediately upon adoption, and it really just didn't give the delivery service providers enough time to adapt. Next slide, please. So then we conducted research reviewing other jurisdictions' ordinances, as well as reaching out to them and asking them about, how this is working out for them. The agencies we reached out to were San Leandro, Fremont, Berkeley, San Francisco, and South San Francisco. And all of these set a fee cap on delivery orders at 15%. South San Francisco deviated slightly by having a separate cap of 10% on pickup orders. And then Berkeley set an additional 5% cap on other fees. And those other fees included credit card fees. So you'll see here, we kind of, in the draft ordinance, we kind of did a hybrid of some of these different approaches. Next slide, please. So some of the other terms that were typical amongst the jurisdictions we reviewed, the different terms are effective date, the sunset date, and how the ordinance is enforced. So as I mentioned earlier, effective date was, as soon as immediately to up to about 1 week after adoption. The sunset date was always based on either when dine-in service resumes or the local emergency declaration is terminated. Some of the jurisdictions had it occur on those actual dates, whereas others set it either 90 or 180 days after one of these two instances occurred. And then the third item here, enforcement. In most cases, it's a civil matter between the restaurant and the delivery service provider. So essentially, the restaurant would have, if the delivery service doesn't comply, the restaurant would then reach out to the delivery service provider, request that they correct it, and then the delivery service fee app has 7 days to correct it. And if it's not corrected in 7 days, then the restaurant has the right to bring a civil action against the delivery service. Next slide. All right. So this last slide here is the draft ordinance terms that's included as the attachment. So the terms that are included As I mentioned earlier, it's kind of a hybrid of some of the other communities that we've seen where we're setting 3 caps. The first 2 are the cap on the type of order. So there's a 15% cap on a delivery order, a 10% cap on pickup orders. And then the 3% cap on credit card fees is cumulative. So effectively, the cap could be 18% on delivery orders or 13% on pickup orders. The effective date would be 7 days after adoption. The sunset date in the draft ordinance is 180 days after the local emergency declaration is terminated. And then as I described, the enforcement would be a civil matter. Next slide, please. So again, the recommended action for City Council this evening is to receive the staff report on food delivery services fees, consider next steps, and if desired, waive reading, introduce, and adopt the accompanying urgency ordinance by a 4/5 vote. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Right. Council questions, please. I see. Oh, I have 2. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Janine. So does this affect restaurants that may deliver their own food without a third-party delivery service, or is this strictly third-party delivery service?
This is strictly third-party delivery service functions.
Okay. And does this affect any businesses other than restaurants?
It affects, we have in the ordinance the terminology for the land use. It's intended only to affect restaurants, but we have, trying to look at the ordinance here, what the language is that we have. I'm not sure if it says like
monitor
restaurant, eating or drinking establishment.
Okay.
It's intended to be a restaurant.
Restaurant specifically. Okay. Yeah. Those are my questions.
Hey, Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. Thank you, Janine, for the report. And I had some questions on this. So, given that we've got outdoor dining starting up now and indoor dining, well, we've had outdoor dining for a while, but indoor dining resuming at 25% capacity sometime soon. Do you think the numbers still are correct with 70% being online orders?
Right. So some of the folks that I spoke to said that they were not comfortable opening up indoors. Some also mentioned that they wouldn't be comfortable having outdoor dining when it's rainy, when it's windy, when cars are driving by, splashing up water. So I think every restaurant is kind of making different decisions. So the 70% wasn't like an average. It was one of the restaurants I spoke to. They were at 70% and they weren't planning to reopen, and they weren't planning to continue their outdoor patio in the winter. So for that particular business, that may be true. For others, that may not be true. Others may be ready to move indoors. So it's really on a case-by-case basis.
That's a good point in terms of with winter coming, and that's going to likely be a reduction in outdoor dining. The one part of this which is interesting to me that I didn't understand is that even if you go on the restaurant's website and use the order online feature from the restaurant, they still will likely be paying a fee to a third-party vendor that's processing that order and providing the menu online.
Yeah, my understanding is because it's a fairly sophisticated platform. There's a lot of behind the scenes software that went into developing it. They include advertising. They're converting the whole menu, every single item, to this interactive online platform. Some of them also then maybe increase the fee slightly. So that's how they're also making, supporting the delivery services company. So that's right. I'm finding that most of these restaurants maybe don't have the technical ability to change what maybe was, like a typical website of a PDF that lists their menu to an interactive online ordering service. So they are quite heavily reliant, from what I understand, on these third-party providers.
That's really interesting. And I thought I was avoiding those fees for myself and for the restaurants by going directly online and picking it up, but that's not the case. And so that's helpful. You've listed some other Bay Area cities that have adopted it. Can you talk a little bit about the outreach that you did to the delivery service companies?
Yeah, so I reached out to the 3 main ones that I listed and put out an invitation to meet with them. And 2 of them took me up on that offer. And I had about a half an hour phone conversation with 2 of the delivery service apps. Talked to them through what we were considering, what we had researched, what we had found, and then gave them an opportunity to, recommend what they see as kind of the best practices and what they would prefer to see.
Okay.
In terms of the terms.
And they were, it sounds like generally okay with it. I'm sure they wouldn't want any cap at all, but they asked for the 1-week implementation date.
They asked for a minimum of a week. They actually asked for anywhere between a week and 2 weeks.
And then just remind me too, what the genesis of this was from Walnut Creek downtown and a few local downtown restaurants, or was there a groundswell?
Yeah, so I think a number of restaurants had reached out initially to Walnut Creek downtown, and it was kind of part of this whole, rebound effort as well. So it did come to light also during one of our, we have, as part of the rebound project, we have biweekly meetings with Walnut Creek downtown, which we've had for about 4 or 5 months now. So it was also raised then. But yes, it was a number of restaurants reached out to Walnut Creek downtown. Walnut Creek downtown then raised it at the September 1st City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you very much, Janine. I think when we were talking about this at the ad hoc committee for rebound, one of the issues was that this is a civil matter, and that if one of the delivery services are violating this, the restaurant basically needs to address it. It's nothing that we can do. Is there any reason that the restaurants could not come together if they all had the same problem with the same service and basically combine their efforts on enforcement in the civil arena? And maybe that's a legal question for the attorney.
No, there isn't any limitation on that in the ordinance. So they could join together if they were all experiencing the same impact.
So that would be the way for them to actually have a bit more leverage, is because of WCD and the restaurant committee, et cetera, is that they keep in touch with each other.
Correct. It would like to have to be, if there were a civil action. So assume they bring a complaint and the third party delivery service doesn't change their activity within 7 days, then it would have to be, any civil action would have to be brought on behalf of the specific restaurant owners or businesses.
But they have the ability to use their combined impacts to basically keep them compliant.
Correct.
Okay, thank
On
you.
the point of enforcement, I would just simply add that of the jurisdictions in the staff report, none of them were aware of any such issues coming to light with the civil action. And when I spoke with the delivery services apps, they none of them said, please don't do a cap. So I think, they're expecting this, they're used to this. A lot, this has occurred throughout the Bay Area. Pretty much all of Alameda County now has implemented these caps. So they seem to be quite compliant and actually quite thankful that Walnut Creek reached out to them in advance rather than telling them afterward, and giving them an opportunity to provide input.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question, and the question is, This applies to all deliveries. It has nothing to do with how far the ultimate user is away from the restaurant. It would be 15%, whether it was down the street or clear to the other side of town or Concord.
Right. So it's completely ignores who is actually placing the order. It's only about the business. It's only about the Walnut Creek restaurant that has an order coming in that then gets a fee imposed on it. So it doesn't matter where the orders are coming from. It's just that the order is being placed at a restaurant located in Walnut Creek. And that's the trigger.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm opening it for public comment.
Michael Sampson.
Hi again.
Hello, it's good to see you all. So just a reminder, my name is Michael Sampson, and I am a candidate for Walnut Creek City Council. Voicing my support for this fee cap. As Jeannie mentioned in her presentation, services like DoorDash and Uber Eats are doing better now than ever before. So I am not concerned about the profits of these huge businesses. I'm far more concerned about the small businesses that, you know, make Walnut Creek what it is. So I think we need to do whatever we can to give as much support as possible to those small businesses. And a fee cap is, I think, one way that we could definitely help. I've been looking around and I see that a lot of cities, pretty much every city that has introduced some sort of cap has made it a 15% cap, which I think is good. I wonder if we couldn't make it even less. You know, like is it possible that we could do a 10% cap, and maybe a 5% cap or a 7 or 8% cap for pickup orders? You know, again, considering how well these third-party delivery services are doing, I think that we should just, as a city, do everything that we can to push this as far as we can possibly push it. And, you know, since you mentioned the idea of the restaurants coming together to demand this sort of action themselves collectively, which can be powerful, but also, I mean, here it is right in front of you. You know, you have an opportunity to implement this yourself like that. So I don't see why we wouldn't do it right now. So yeah, that's what I got to say about that. I yield my time.
Next, we have Kathy Hemingway.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Haskew and council members. My name is Kathy Hemingway, and I'm the Executive Director of Walnut Creek Downtown. Just wanted to remind you or let you know that Walnut Creek Downtown continues to support the downtown restaurants request for council to review the current delivery fee structure. So as the pandemic is continuing, and even with the limited indoor dining that has recently reopened, the amount of money that our businesses are paying the third-party delivery companies continues to really negatively impact their livelihood. So Walnut Creek Downtown also supports the city staff recommendation for the fee cap to remain in place for 180 days to give the restaurants the opportunity to recoup the lost revenue since the pandemic has begun in March of this year. And as many have stated before, is that these independent restaurants have that limited bargaining power to negotiate lower fees with third-party platforms. And so we thank you for your consideration tonight for the relief for our Walnut Creek restaurants and their employees who make up a great, significant and important part of our downtown business community. And their survival is really essential to our downtown community. So thank you.
You're welcome. Janine, is there any magic about the 15%?
Well, 15% seems to be the standard. Pretty much every community that we looked at, that's the number that was placed. The delivery service apps requested 20%, but they did say that 15% was kind of the bottom line before they started to be concerned about their profit ability. So I think we're just being consistent with the neighboring communities. We're being consistent with the request of Walnut Creek Downtown and their letter and the restaurant community's letter. And all of the restaurants that I spoke to also were comfortable with 15%.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments from the council? We see none. Who would like the honor of making the motion?
Oh, hey, hello.
Hi there. Hi there. Go ahead, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. So a point which hasn't really been brought up is that a restaurant delivery was designed as an add-on business line item. It added more virtual tables for restaurants without the overhead of in-house table dining, and therefore was considered extra income beyond operational. I know this because it was my business when I started the first restaurant delivery service in LA in the pre-internet days of pagers and payphones. And that 15% actually is that sweet spot where it starts to become profitable for the restaurant delivery service. If I had to negotiate 10%, the delivery service was really not even breaking even. I had to actually make it up on the charges for the customer's delivery. At 20%, I was loving it. I was definitely doing well. But now with the government regulations of shelter in place and dining in prohibited to a certain extent, even though only limited availability of dining outside, we've created a different economic paradigm for restaurants. We've changed delivery from an incremental revenue line item, which isn't used in the normal operational expense line items or overhead, to an ongoing expense line item, which is calculated differently and is now part of the overhead and operational costs. This cuts much deeper into a restaurant's bottom line than if it's just the incremental cost line item. And while I normally don't want to interfere with the normal market forces of setting fees for private enterprises, we're in a unique situation here. We're telling people to shelter in place to an extent. And as we move up on tier status, people are still expected to social distance and restaurant capacity is still severely limited. And essentially, the state and county have made it so that restaurants for the time being aren't allowed to operate at a capacity enabling them to be profitable. So outdoor dining has helped, but it isn't enough even with delivery. And the state has enabled delivery services now to become even more needed and more profitable by encouraging that mode of service so that people can stay home safely. Because of this and the state and county mandate, it's simply not fair to allow delivery services to charge an unlimited percentage amount to restaurants, while restaurants are not able to compete fairly with their own dining rooms. The county's essentially created a required usage for an industry, but left that industry to determine the cost of service to vendors and customers. This is inherently unfair. A restaurant can refuse to pay for the cost of service, but it may end up meaning a faster demise. And we've seen enough restaurants suffering and closing during the last 6 months of the pandemic. This is a vote to keep restaurants afloat, while we as a government continue to put restrictions on their businesses and hopefully prevent more of these restaurants from going under. So I do support the staff recommendation.
So make the motion already.
But I will make the motion to, now I gotta final.
I'll make the motion since it came from the
accept the staff report as written.
So I'll second the motion, but I'd also like to clarify that I was never suggesting earlier that we not do this. I was suggesting that the one problem in doing this is that we don't have the enforcement ability here at the city, but we can encourage the restaurants if they need to band together to pursue civil enforcement.
Okay.
Madam
It
Mayor,
was tough to, yes, sir.
if I may, just because this is presented to the council, the option that's presented to the council is the adoption of an urgency ordinance. And the council would be, if you were to act on it tonight, would be waiving reading, introducing, and adopting all in one night. And so I would just recommend just to confirm that the motion is a motion to waive reading, introduce, and adopt the urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Walnut Creek, establishing a temporary cap on commission fees and costs charged by third-party food delivery services on local restaurants within the city during the COVID-19 pandemic.
So moved, as city attorney has mentioned.
And a second.
Alrighty then. Thank you very much for clarifying that. I need a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Wolf,
Aye.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Councilmember Waddell,
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye, and that qualifies as more than 4/5 vote, which was required. We are at the moment of adjournment of the regular meeting, but we are going to adjourn tonight's meeting in memorial of Janet Abrams. Janet was a Walnut Creek resident for 35 years and found her calling in civic-mindedness and community service. When she passed away, July 27th, she left behind her mark from fundraising and advocacy efforts in the sports fields, gymnasiums, the Walnut Creek Library, Women's Voices in Politics, and more. Just to be around Janet sort of made you happy. Janet's contributions to the city are appreciated and will be remembered for a very long time. This meeting is now adjourned.